1936 and has a legacy spanning more than 70 years in improving workflows and workspace for global businesses. Rico understands that businesses today need a digital and IT partner to be competitive. Someone who has the vision, know-how and capabilities to challenge your processes and push your boundaries to constantly ensure you have the capabilities to deliver better customer and employee experiences.
At Rico, we are in the business of leading change at work. In practice, this means providing consultative and strategic support that helps our customers respond to the changing demands of the modern workplace. Whatever your digital journey, business size or circumstances, we can help you achieve your business goals.
Rico does it all: project management, change management, optimization consultancy, service management, rollout management, process analysis, integration and monitoring, implementation services, governance strategies, and fleet optimization. Motswako Office Solutions supplies and maintains the highly regarded Rico brand in Southern Africa. Among other things, they specialize in office imaging equipment, production printing solutions, document management systems, and IT services. Whatever your digital needs, your business size, or your circumstances, Motswako can help you achieve your business goals. They understand how people, workplaces, and technologies work and how to create a vision to meet every demand. They also ensure that change is positive for their clients' people and business. It fuels employee engagement, sparks innovation, improves security, and ensures sustainability.
Motswako is very privileged to be, since 2001, the biggest Rico independent dealer in Africa. We have got offices across the country and we underwrite the Rico products and the Rico values.
Rico and Motswako Office Solutions, a full range of services to be more efficient at work and to make your business modern and sustainable.
It's a privilege to be here today to launch the Scania new buses for Citybug. Citybug being a partner of the Pumas for many, many years as a road transport sponsor and also the sponsor of our Coaches Association. I want to thank Jacques and his team for their support and wishing them all the best with the new buses. Thank you so much.
Africa Tyres Group is gestig as Pongola Tyres, maar na hulle landwyd en tot in Afrika gegroei het, is die naam verander na Africa Tyres. Charles van der Merwe se eenmanssaak het gegroei tot waar hulle vandag tot 200 trok breakdowns per dag hanteer. Hulle lewer insleepdienste dwars oor die hele land en 10 Afrika lande. Wat ook al jy benodig, bande, meganies, insleep, enige iets wat fout kan gaan op 'n trok, sorteer hulle vir jou uit. Dan doen hulle ook natuurlik groothandelverkope van bande.
Africa Tyre Call Center beskikbaar 24 uur, 7 dae 'n week, nasionaal en in 10 buitelande.
Meganiese herstel, vervanging van bande en ook nog insleepdienste op 'n trok kan doen. Waar ander fokus op net een aspek, doen hulle letterlik alles vir hulle kliënte. Verder bestuur hulle ook hierdie moderne veilige vragmotorstop op Pongola, met alle geriewe wat nodig is vir bestuurders om uitgerus weer die lang pad aan te pak. Africa Tyres se naam sê ook duidelik dat hulle nie net trokbande nie, maar ook 'n verskeidenheid kwaliteit kommersiële en passasiersvoertuigbande voorsien teen die beste pryse. Africa Tyres Group. Hulle groei op wat vir hulle en hulle kliënte werk, om prysgewys mededingend te wees en voort te bou op effektiewe insleepdienste om kliënte so gou en veilig as moontlik weer op die pad te kry. Hulle ondersteun private maatskappye en waar hulle kan, help hulle om kleiner besighede te laat groei en op so 'n manier loyale besigheidsverhoudings te bou om te verseker dat kliënte net die beste diens langs die pad kry.
Wat van 'n looitjie? Looitjie.
My nooitjie. Jealous vir 'n looitjie.
Wie nie waag nie, wen nie. Klik nou en wen gou. Looitjie, nou beskikbaar op App Store. Hi Liefie.
Maar ek het gedink ons My nooitjie! Ons het die nooitjie gewen! Ons het die nooitjie gewen! My nooitjie. Sien nou reg vir daai nooitjie.
Finally.
Loikie, your luck is just a click away.
president van die Griffons, meneer voorzitter van die Griquas, meneer Marius van Rensburg, die hoof van die Airlink Pumas, meneer Eugene Fourie, die hoof van die Leopards, meneer Monty Engelbrand, die president van die Windhoek Draught Griquas en die lede van die Griquas directie en die Griquas bestuur. Jimmy Stonehouse, sy bestuur in die Airlink Pumas span, Eric Herbert, sy bestuur in die Leopards span, Jacques Julies, sy bestuur in die Griffons, Pieter Berg, sy bestuur in die Windhoek Draught Griquas span, spesiale woord van welkom aan al die skeieregters en hul assistente, net as die wedstryd is om te speel.
We're live from Kimberley. Ek staan saam met Jimmy Stonehouse, die coach van die Pumas.
Ja, George, ja, het gaan 'n lekker dag wees. Het gaan 'n ongelooflike geleentheid wees. Lekker warm beide vir albei spanne. En ja, belangrik een, die ou wat hierdeur gaan na die final toe. So ja, is nogal een wat gaan moet tel.
And the final, Jimmy's going to be in Mbombela, Pumas' hometown, so you're hoping to make sure that you make the finals and do all the Borga proud?
Yeah, obviously for both teams, for all the teams here, it's a front competition where you want to look at the future, what you got for going into the Currie Cup. So you got a lot of new players. You want to test them, and same like the Griffons do. We made a lot of changes and see what the guys have in them. So yeah, obviously we want to win this one to get a home final.
That's great, and obviously we want to make sure that this has got legs. So 2024, we wanted to make sure that this continues and goes around to all the Platteland towns.
Yes, obviously nobody is doing anything for smaller unions, so we're trying to get this initiative going, even make it bigger next year, and see if we can put it on super sport. So hopefully that will be a great initiative at going much broader.
And this has obviously been live streamed. Every match that we've had has been live streamed. Today's going to be live streamed. Have you got any thoughts on how to improve on that, or are we very happy with what we've done?
Yeah, obviously you will always get some mistakes as starting something new. So there's a few issues, but I think it's going not too bad at the moment. And hopefully going next week where we play the final and the third and fourth place in Nelspruit, that the streaming would be much better and everything will be great for all the teams that are participating, and even for the spectators. And so SA Rugby can see what great value it brings, and maybe they can make it also bigger.
So it's all live streamed. You go into Pumas Rugby and you'll see the link. Please go to that and watch us play live in Kimberley.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it.
Hi, we from Kimberley live, and here I have Coach. Coach, this is round 3 of the Airlink Cup competition. How are you feeling? How's it been for the last few games? And are you looking forward to next weekend?
Yes, George, listen, it's very hot out here today. Everyone is excited. Once again, another game against the Pumas this time around. We know what they do, we know what to expect. It's been going quite decent. We're happy with what we've done so far. So we don't know what Coach Jimmy have up his sleeve today, but yes, we prepared well. We had a nice week in the heat, also training the same way. So hopefully it will go well today.
Okay, Coach, and just obviously injuries, anything else, and then looking forward to this becoming an annual event, the Airlink Cup?
No, we actually spoke about the Airlink Cup the other day. This is actually the ideal preparation for the coming season. Besides maybe having a little bit more time on the field than off the field, and being in the gym, and maybe sacrificing a little bit of weight, but in general, this is a very nice competition to be part of. We're quite happy for SBS and Airlink to host a tournament like this, and hopefully we can do it in the future as well.
Ja, dankie. Enige is vir die Pumas vandag. Wat wil jy sê?
Ek wil maar net sterkte vir Coach Jimmy en sy span en Shane. Ek dink dit gaan weer 'n harde wedstryd wees. Ons verwag dat die Pumas met hulle vaste fasette weer ons gaan probeer boelie, maar ons is reg vir hulle. Ons weet wat Coach Jimmy altyd doen. Hy het my altyd al genooi na sy oefensessies toe. So ons weet wat om te verwag. En ons verwag niks anders as 'n harde wedstryd.
Dankie, Coach.
Ons sê vir julle goeiemiddag, hier van Kimberley, 38 grade, 4 warm. Dit is die Airlink Cup, die eerste wedstryd van vanmiddag, wat 2 uur sal afskop. Die Pumas wat speel teen die Griffons, al die pad daarvan welkom. Die Pumas natuurlik, 'n unie wat gestig is in 1969 en die Griffons in 1968. 2 jong unies van Suid-Afrika en hulle gaan sake vanmiddag hier uitspook. Hierdie Airlink Cup, saam met my in kommentaar, niemand anders nie as die bekende stem, Morgan Peak. Welkom Morgan, saam met my.
Thank you very much, Audrey. Wonderful to be in Kimberley again. A little bit on the hotter side. You see a bit of cloud there in the background, so a bit humid for Kimberley. We're not quite used to it, but I can guarantee you it is going to be fiery on that field, especially in this first game. The Pumas against the Purple People Eaters, as you mentioned there from the Goldfields. Audrey, this is going to be one heck of a game, and we can expect physicality all the way.
Ja, natuurlijk, hierdie is die derde ronde in hierdie Airlink Cup. En die eerste ronde, die voorloper natuurlijk op die punte leer is die Griquas. Hulle het 9 punte na 2 wedstryde. Die Pumas wat tweede lê, hulle het 6 punte. Die Griffons met 5 punte en die Leopards die 2 punte. Hulle het nog nie 'n wedstryd in hierdie Airlink Cup gewen nie. As ons so vir 'n oomblik gaan kyk daarna die spanlyste. Die wedstryd wat binnekort gaan begin. Kan ons definitief dophou daar van die Griffons. Novavit Griffons hou maar gerus dop vir hulle skakelpaar. Dit is Ethan Williams en Robbie Petzer. Petzer natuurlik al die pad daar van die Afrikaanse Hoërskool Kroonstad en ook by die Hoërskool Noord-Kaap gewees, maar hy het ook 'n draai gemaak by die Cheetahs. SVD Pumas en dan nou ook Versosso en Kalashe, die 8ste man dop, 88 kg. Besige 8ste man wat ook vir die Border Bulldogs gespeel het. Dan ook natuurlik Duran Hoffman, hou hom dop. Afrigter Jacques Juries, hy sal baie tevrede voel met sy span sover. 1 wedstryd gewen in hierdie Airlink Cup. En dan as ons ook kyk na die agterlyn verder, hou gerus dop vir Novavit, vir Gershwin Ware, hy speel op die linkervleuel. En dan met die 15 try Duran Hoffman en Granwell Matthys, hulle vorm die agterste driehoek. Baie spoed Morgan wat hier aan die agterhoede gevul word deur die Griffons.
Most certainly Audrey, Gershwin, Ware, Duran Hoffman and Granville Matthys, all plenty of speed there. The Nagara Randy Phillies also has quite a lot of pace there, but as you mentioned,
as ons dan kyk net vinnig na die spanlyste, die van die Pumas. Hou gerus dop vir daardie vaskopstit, Sampie Swiegers, Roan Swiegers, die kaptein van die NWE Eagles, Sebastian Cup bekerspan. Hou ook dan dop vir Kwanda Dimaza, hy is die 8ste man, en die skakelpaar Ross Browdy, wat natuurlik al internasionale rugby vir Canada gespeel het, en ook vir Clinton Swart, wat hulle draai daar by die Cheetahs in die bulle gemaak het, maar opwindende wedstryd Morgan wat vir ons voorlê, tussen hierdie Airlink Pumas, en die van die Griffons, die Novavit Griffons, en afskop gaan binnekort plaasvind.
Very, very exciting game lying ahead. As you mentioned, our Clinton Swart, former Cheetah, Robbie Petzer, former Cheetah as well, Audrey. And that's going to be a very interesting battle there between the two fly halves.
Dan die Curriebeeker afrigter, die Curriebeeker gewen in 2022, Jimmy Stonehouse, M.J. Mens, dan ook Corneille Steenkamp. As die afskop plaasvind, dit is die Griffons wat van links na regs op die skerm speel, maar is onmiddellik ingeneem. Hier die Pumas. Ross Browdy, die gaan vir hom wag. Waarskynlik vir hom nie eenmal opstuur. Dan maak hy nie 'n fout nie, hy vind die gras net so aan die oorkant van die veld op die 10 tree stippellyn. Ja, Ross Browdy natuurlik 'n man wat uitstekende rugby op skool gespeel het, Morgan.
Most certainly, Audrey, and it's just wonderful to see this youngster back in the South African rugby system. There were such high expectations of him a couple of years ago when he was, in fact, if I remember correctly, used to captain Grey College at one stage as well, before he went to go and play his rugby over Canada. I always thought he was a little bit too small, but wonderful to see him being picked up by the Pumas.
Delport maak seker van sy ingooi. Goed bemeester agter, hulle hom vir hom vas. Keenan Cronje die kom nader. Dan kry hulle nie momentum op daardie rolmaal beweging nie. Skeieregter sê Keenan Cronje te vinnig teruggekom. Nie die 10 meter lyn eerbiedig nie. Hierdie sal natuurlik die eerste keer vir Clinton Swart wees. So 'n bietjie nader te beweeg aan die doellyn van die Griffons.
Audrey, it's just a very, very easy exit for the Pumas, if you ask me. There was a good maul there by the Griffons. They stood their man there against a more powerful pack, I would feel, from the Pumas, and it was just too easy conceding that penalty, and it's play taken all the way into the 22-meter area of the Pumas, and now it's going to become a different ball game, and the Pumas will sniff that there's an opportunity to get on the board very quickly. Jimmy Stonehouse very, very strong with his thoughts on 22 entries, and he's going to want to have points from this.
Ingeneem deur die Pumas. Probeer hy rolmaal beweging aan die gang kry. Momentum aan die kant van die Pumas en dan kry hulle tog om aan die gang in sy grond toe geneem. Word hy die skeieregter vasgeskop, maar hy plaas tog die voordeel vir die Pumas. Vinnige bal aan en dan sit die einste Sampie Swiegers. Skeieregter die blaas op sy fluitjie, gaan vir hulle terugbring. Dit is onkant spel gewees aan die kant van die Griffons, by daardie lyn staan.
That's exactly what you want from your maul, don't you, Audrey? You want to try and force that next penalty, try and get even close to that line. Clinton Swart not batting an eyelid, going for that 5 meter. He's the experienced fly half, puts it out on the mark. Also a player that made a turn in Japan a while back. So he brings a lot of experience to this Pumas side. And they're going to want to have a prove a point because these two teams are playing for that number 2 and 3 spot, and that will be playing in the cup final against the Griquas in Kimberley, sorry, not Kimberley, in Nelspruit or Umbombela next week.
Weer is die Pumas wat hoog rank, pragtig afgebring. Browdy wat aan die binnekant toe speel en pragtig raak gevat, en dit is die Pumas wat eerste gaan punte aanteken in hierdie kragmeting. Etienne Swart wat daar aan die binnekant van Ross Browdy al deurgekom het. Maar so nonchalante aangee na die binnekant toe deur Ross Browdy, sy volle 1.68 meter. Maak hy van gebruik, en dan is dit Etienne Taljaard. Hy gaan eerste punte aanteken.
Wonderful work there by the two of them, Audrey. But that cheeky little inside pass by Ross Browdy is exactly what you expect from this youngster. And one thing, might this not be an opportunity for him to impress as well? There's another very famous scrum half that's also about 168 meters that came from that valley. One and only Faf de Klerk, 2-time World Cup winner.
Clinton Swart, hy voeg die 2 punte by. So net 4 minute se tyd wat verstreke is. Ons het ook die Pumas wat voorloop 7-0. Ja, hy sal waarskynlik morgen 'n waterbreek ook wees na 20 minute in hierdie geweldige hitte van Kimberley. Of die son so 'n bietjie stil gaan staan het hier oor Kimberley vandag.
Yeah, water in this part of the world, an absolute commodity.
Spel wat weer begin word. Pragtig in die lug, bemeester deur die Pumas. Lyk so Shane Kirkwood, wat dan sy amper afgeneem deur die Griffons. Daar's 'n aanslaan deur die Griffons. Skram wat geroep gaan word deur die skeieregter.
Shane Kirkwood, of course, the captain of the Pumas, wonderful player, Audrey, and one sometimes feels he's a bit of an underrated player in South African rugby. Does all that hard work that you expect from your number 5 lock, and then of course he leads the team as well, and he leads him with the plume. 2 Currie Cup finals, that tells a person something about his leadership ability.
Ja, 2 goeie seisoene vir Shane Kirkwood, 2022 en 2023. 2 Currie-beker finale agter sy blad.
First scrum of the game, Audrey. Here's an opportunity for the Griquas. They're going to want to get a good hit in there. That's, of course, your department more than mine. And Ross Brody is going to want a very solid scrum from his team.
Ja, Mtokozizi Gumede hier aan die vaskopkant vir die Griffons. Goeie vaste skram deur die Pumas. Neem hom onmiddellik op daar na die binneveld toe, hardloop reguit in die nommer 12 center. Richmond Gora vas. Dit is weer Browdy, hy gaan hom waarskynlik weer die lig gaan opsit. Hierdie keer al in die kantlyn nie. Agtertoe aangeslaan deur die Pumas. Skeieregter sê die spel moet voortgaan, en dan kom hy tog uit aan die kant van die Pumas. Hulle gaan met hierdie bal hardloop, en dan word hy op die voet gesit deur Clinton Swart. Maar was daar 'n laatvat of nie? Net is dit die kantlyn wat wen. Picos sê Bartley net te laat is om hom daar in die hande te kry.
Good kick there by Swart, but it looks like there might have been a little bit of a late shoulder there, Audrey. So maybe a little bit fortunate to get away with that one of the Griffons by not conceding a penalty with that. But it is an opportunity for them. But Dondre Dalport's going to want to make sure that he gets his line out. Spot on. Very good hooker as well. Very good throw, and he has spent some time there at the Cheetahs.
Ja, beide spanne se lynstaanwerk wat nog goed gedoen is vanmiddag. Hierdie keer word daar reg oor die lyn staan gegooi, maar hy word tog in die hande gekry deur Keenan Cronje van die Griffons. Hierdie keer sê die skeieregter, Pumas kan nie die bal daar speel nie.
This is going to be a very interesting decision here for the Griffons. They love going for their shots on goal, especially when Joe Juries is on the field. But it looks like they're going to take a crack at the 10-meter line. But there the tee does come onto the field, and Robbie Petzer, that is Robbie Petzer, folks. It is not Pat Cash with that headband. He is going to take a crack on goal. Not a breeze of wind, Audrey, so it's going to make this kick a little bit tougher. Fairly straight. There is a little bit of an angle, but he's going to have to strike this one absolutely to perfection to have it carry.
Ja, baie dieselfde skop as een wat Andre Pollard in die wêreldbeker deur die pale gejaag het. Ons kyk wat doen Petzer met hierdie een.
Yeah, I think those kicks of Andre Pollard have dethroned the drop kick of Joel Stransky. We talked about for many years to come.
Tref hom goed. Oh, afstand was baie beslis daar, maar die rigting nie heeltemal nie. Hy gaan net so by die regter op paal verby. Maar 'n goeie poging van Robbie Petzer.
I think you'll still take quite a bit of confidence out of that strike, Audrey. You could hear it was clean, it was crisp. There was a beautiful sound of that ball being struck, but just inches wide, and the score remains unchanged.
Word al vasgeskop teen een van die Griffons manne deur Clinton Swart, maar weer ingeneem. Beskikbaar vir die Griffons, Browdy wat vir hom wag. En dan maak hulle so iets wat van 'n treintjie. En dan sal hy so fop aangee deur Browdy en dan gaan hy self in die middel deur, word vasgevat op die 10 tree stippellyn van die Pumas en dan kom hy na die diskant van die veld toe en dan sit Clinton Swart agtertoe aangee, nie goed bemeester nie en dan word hy vorentoe geskop, maar is weer die kantlyn wat wen. 'n Goeie stukkie spel daar deur Ross Browdy.
Yeah, Audrey, that's exactly what we've learned from this youngster over many years watching him in that main field at Grey College. When he's on the field, he makes things happen. That's why I think any team that picked him up now, what an absolute bargain to get this youngster. Canadian international, as you mentioned earlier, he took that opportunity to play a bit of test rugby. And hopefully this is a first step in the right direction for this youngster because he should have been other places a lot earlier in his career, if you ask me.
Ja nee, daar so by Jimmy Stonehouse en Emmy Mens, Corneille Steenkamp, sal hulle van hom nog 'n beter speler maak. Corneille Steenkamp natuurlik een van die afrigters van die Pumas, 159 wedstryde vir die Pumas gespeel. Clinton Swart, hy sit hom op sy regtervoet. Jaag hom veld af, goed onder beheer gekry deur Duran Hoffman. As hy vasgevat word, maak hy die bal beskikbaar, maar die bal spat vorentoe. En hierdie keer is die Pumas baie goeie spel deur Wian van Niekerk. As hy vasgehou daar op die grond, Browdy wat vir hom wag. En dan hou hulle hom by die groot manne reguit ingedryf teen Keenan Cronje. Dan word daar 'n paar meter veld gewen. Is Ross Browdy geplaas daar, Clinton Swart en dan kom hy in die agterlyn af. Is die spasie aan die buitekant en dan word daar nie 'n goeie aangee nie, maar tog beskikbaar vir die Pumas aan die binnekant toe gebreek deur die Maza. Browdy bekyk sy opsies. Nou is dit weer die kaptein Shane Kirkwood, neem vir hom in. Dan sê die skeieregter, nee, nie gelos in die verdediging deur die speler van die Griffons nie.
Yep. The Griffons are going to want to check their discipline here a bit, Audrey. It's early in the game, they've conceded a number of penalties already. And I think they can count themselves unlucky that they haven't conceded more points, as we see Clinton Swart taking a crack at the touchline again. That ball just not going out. Well fielded there by the Griffons.
Granwell Matthys, hy gee hom na die binnekant toe en dan gee hom na Ethan Williams toe wat hom op sy hotklou plaas. Dan vind hulle tog die kantlyn. Goeie skop deur Ethan Williams.
That's a very, very good kick from the exit there by the Griffons. They were under a bit of pressure there, Audrey. If that ball had gone into touch, they'd have had to defend. So it worked out nicely for them, but they're still going to have to check this discipline.
Ja, het so byna na vorentoe aangee gelyk van Granwell Matthys daarna Ethan Williams toe. Goeie lynstaanwerk van die Pumas, Browdy. Clinton Swart, dan word daar so skerp beweging uitgevoer weer in die voorspelers in Browdy wat van wag. Weer is dit die Griffons wat oortree, weer vir dieselfde oortreding in die verdediging word die speler nie gelos nie.
Just talking about that, Audrey, and this time it's a much easier kick on goal, but Swart opting to go for that touch finder again. He's of course a player that played a bit of rugby here in Kimberley as well for the Griquas, so he knows the conditions here as well, and he knows his capabilities on this very field.
Ja, 'n man wat daar in Standerton Hoërskool gematrikuleer het, Clinton Swart. Maar hierdie Pumas wil baie duidelik 3 druk. Lynstaan werk die is goed. Klaasen, Llewellyn Klaasen, hy het nog elke keer sy springers gevind.
That's the one thing that the Pumas have done really well. As you see Kirkwood take that beautiful catch at the line-up. They do the basics well, Audrey.
Probeer hy rolmaalbeweging aan die gang kry en dan kry hy hom tog met die momentum aan die gang. Nog steeds in besit van die Pumas is hy afgeneem. Dan word aangedryf, nog steeds in beheer. Dan sê die skeieregter hy's opgehou deur die Griffons, uitstekende verdediging aan die kant van die Griffons. Die skram die word toegeken aan die perstrye.
That's really, really good defense there by the Purple People Eaters. Audrey, the first thing they did well is they kept that maul up. And then they disrupted it by defending it beautifully to absolute perfection while under pressure. Great call by the referee. But the Pumas are also going to want to make sure if they get these opportunities that they convert them into points. But it's still a pressure scrum coming for the team from Velkom. As we see, it looks like Delport there just struggling with the shoelace a bit. I think he's also just trying to get a bit of breath puff in the lungs there for his props as well.
Ja, terwyl ons so by die perstrye is, Morgan, natuurlik baie spelers vir daardie try oor hulle kop getrek het. Erik Herbert, Jan Geldenhuys, dink aan Kulu Ferreira, die Springbok. Hy het ook vir Noord-Vrystaat gespeel.
I was just thinking of Kulu Ferreira, of course, a very good friend of ours. Flanker, played with Nick Mallet and those guys back in the heyday of Western Province Rugby. Played a couple of tests against the USA for the Springboks.
Ja, en dan moet jy die Sonnekesbroers nie vergeet nie. En dan Steve Eysel, hy het ook vir Noord-Vrystaat gespeel. Antti de Plooy natuurlik daar die grote sterke vaskop van Noord-Vrystaat, oorlede Antti de Plooy ook vir hulle gespeel.
More recently, a player like Opa Mahoji won the Currie Cup First Division title, the Griffons, just last year, while on loan to the team.
Skram wat grond toe gaan. Ja, het sal interessant wees. Mchokozizi Gumede hier aan die vaskopkant. Hy druk haar teen Etienne Janneke.
You know, Audrey, the amazing thing about this tournament, the Airlink Cup, is that these games are all being played on the hardest fields in South Africa. Not necessarily the hardest surface, but the hardest fields to play rugby. And it's amazing to think that the Mbombela Stadium, where this final round is going to be played, is probably the easiest of the four venues.
Ja, hy is waarskynlik ook die sagste. Dis Ethan Williams die skram voer, maar goeie skram deur die Pumas. Skeieregter wat sy hand uitsteek vir die voordeel, Clinton Swart, en dan kom hy teen die agterlyn af. Pragtig deur Wian van die Kerk, maar sy hom uitgee vir die tweede 3 daar van Etienne Taljaard, wat vir die tweede keer agter die doellyn gaan kuier.
There was a nice little line run there, but look how powerful the scrum is. A heel against the head. That basics not going well in the scrum there for the Griffons, but they're ball popping out Brady. Right place, right time, pinpoint accuracy. Offloads to Swart. Swart gets it out wide, and then Taljaard running a beautiful line just to sneak over. It looked like it might have been slightly forward there, but we'll give it to them for that wonderful line run. Converting points with that opportunity as we see Swart line up in front of the posts. He adds the extra 2, pushes the score up for 14-0. Converting both tries by Taljaard, and the Pumas are in control of this game after 15 minutes. Audrey, I'm not surprised there was a bit of a huddle under those posts. Griffons having a chat there, and guys, we've got to do the basics well. We can't allow soft points, which they just did, but also credit where credit is due. That scrum of the Pumas was just fantastic.
Ja, uitstekende skram, soos jy tereg sê, Morgan. Maar die Griffons, hulle sal vir hulle self moet sê, hulle sal hulle eie spel na die Pumas te moet neem, so asof hulle weg moet kom van die verdediging af. Want soos ons in die begin gesê het, hulle sit met 'n wonderlike agterste 3. En daar's baie spoed aan die buitekant by die Griffons. En natuurlik die naam van Tino Swanepoel vroeër genoem, die heel agter van die Airlink Pumas. Hy's natuurlik 'n man wat ook in die Varsity Cup finaal 2-3 gedruk het vir die NWE Eagles. Nou speel hy vir die Pumas.
He did indeed, and that brace won them the Varsity Cup title this year, Audrey.
En nou sit die Pumas wat daar wegbreek, reguit hardloop uit deur, swak verdediging aan die kant van die Griffons, en nou sit weer Wian van Niekerk, wat met 'n lang aangee na Ross Brody toe kom, as Brody vasgevat word op die 5-tree stippellyn. Akker, Llewellyn Klaasen, goeie aangee, maar wonderlike rugby het daar die bal vorentoe geval. Nee, dis voordeel, nou sit weer Klaasen, en dan sit Klaasen wat oorgaan. Ja, is die skeieregter wat sê, hy gaan die 3 toeken.
And there's someone going to the naughty chair as well there, Audrey, for illegal play. Looks like it could be. No, it is not. I thought it might be Dundre Delport being called over there. So it's a yellow card for the Griffons as well. So it's a double whammy against him. There was Delport that was being chatted to. But wonderful break there by Ruvold van der Merwe, the former Shimless captain there, Audrey. A lad all the way from Rustenburg. Ross Brody running a fantastic support line there, so close with that diminutive frame of him. Shows why he's so highly regarded, very powerful in the contact. He's not the easiest guy to tackle, low centre of gravity, and then it was that hooker of theirs, Llewellyn Klaasen, being right place to crash over for the 3 points, or 7 points.
En dan sit ook terselfdertyd sommer die water breek. Oomlik is ons nie 100% seker of daar die 3 toegeken is nie. Het gelyk na die skeieregter se arm wat opgeskiet het, maar dit kon net sowel 'n strafskop gewees het. Spelers die bly hier so in die kwartgebied van die Griffons.
Audrey, I think what happened there is Llewellyn Klaasen, when he went over, a body got it between him and the ball and the ground, and it was held up, so it was a penalty because he was playing advantage there. You see the replay, yeah, just short of the line, Brody passing to Klaasen. Klaasen goes over, but there's about 4 or 5 Griffons there. Almost impossible to see if that ball's been dotted down. So I think he was playing at advantage, and it is going to be a penalty scrum or 5 meters penalty.
Lyk asof die skeieregter, asof die Pumas 'n skram wil hê van daardie strafskop af. Ja, nee, dis definitief 'n strafskop daai.
I can guarantee there's going to be one heck of a big shove coming from the Pumas here, Audrey. They know that they can do it, and they'll be very confident as we wait for Brody to feed.
Clinton Swart uitstelling ingeneem reg agter die skram. En hierdie keer is dit die skeieregter wat die Pumas gaan straf in daardie skram. Lyk asof hy binnekant toe geneem is, afgedruk is.
As
niemand anders as Gumede nie.
As our esteemed colleague Tebogo Masamola would always say, Audrey, an absolute coach killer, and I can guarantee you Jimmy Stonehouse is busy pulling what remaining he's got out. You won't be happy with that because those are points that he's just left on the field. And a great exit here by the Griffons. Under pressure, a player down. Good exit, just short of the halfway line, and it is their feet to the line out. But Audrey, they're going to have to start making use of the opportunities. They are being denied a lot of possession by the Pumas, and I can guarantee you that's the Pumas' strategy is to deny them any possession. So what they've got, they're going to have to use and use wisely.
Jy is heeltemal korrek, Morgan. Matari het hulle werklik by die agterdeur uitgeglip.
And it wasn't Dondre Delport that got carded there, so Dondre must be the captain.
Hierdie keer is dit die 8ste man, Nkalashe. Petser, hy speel na die buitekant toe vir Phillies. Hy kry hom tog weg daar na Gush van Weer toe. As hy hom op sy voet sit, dan sit die kantlyn wat wen, direkte uitskop.
Decision making here by the Griffons is lacking a little bit, Audrey. That was certainly not the right option there. He was under a bit of pressure with that pass from Phillies. Phillies made his life hard for himself there. But a better option would have tried to kick that ball inside into the field of play as opposed to going down the touchline and try and get runners on. Because you notice that there were no chases after that kick, and that's not what you want when you play a kick's possession.
Ja, mens wil eintlik die Pumas se spelers moet omdraai. Presies wat jy sê. ooggerang deur Kirkwood. Dan kom hy uit na Clinton Swart toe, na die binnekant toe gespeel, maar goeie verdediging deur die Griffons. Beskikbaar vir Browdy, saam man of wat in sy pad is, Clinton Swart so plat aangee, en dan sê die nommer 6, Jaco Labeskagni, nog steeds Labeskagni, beskikbaar vir Browdy wat die rigting verander, Clinton Swart lang aangee, agter verby, Stefan Kutsie, hy word nie vasgevat nie, hy kom by so 2 of 3 manne verby, dan is die bal afgeneem, maar die skeieregter sê dit was onwettig.
Yeah, that was very, very naughty there by the Purple People Eaters, Audrey, and they've got to be very careful because the referee can easily reach into his pocket again and issue them with another card. But he's coming back to a prior offence offside. They're on the 22-meter line. So maybe there was that get out of jail free card now, as you see Swart targeting that far side of the field. Slices off his boot somewhat, but it curls back in, goes out on the 5-meter, and he has another super opportunity for the team from the low felt to try to add another 5 or 7 points.
Ja, uitstekende skop aan die kant van Clinton Swart. In vir die oefenveld, gaan dit weer 'n dryfmaal beweging wees, Morgan?
I would think that, but you know what, I would also like to see a little bit of a variation there at the front, but it is that drive and another powerful drive coming through. The defense of the Griffons at 6s and 7s as we see the arm come out for advantage is that Swickers. Has he gone over for the try? Just short. Kirkwood carrying the ball up there. Has Kirkwood gone over, or is that ball held up? Held up. But they're going back for another penalty there on the 5-meter line. Good work there by first Swickers, and then the captain, Kirkwood. Die bloke op Kogelmander with that blue scrum cap of his, Audrey. The forwards of this team are really doing well today.
Ja, Gilly Swiggers natuurlijk. Die pa van Sampie Swiggers, man wat hier in die 80s, 90s vir die Bulls dit gespeel het. En hy het ook al 'n paar keer gesê, dis waar hy sy skramwerk geleer het. Maar goed opgehou, goeie verdediging aan die kant van die Griffons. Maar dit sal seker Clinton Swart wees. Hy gaan hom weer uitjaag aan die oorkant van die veld vir nog 'n lyn staan. Maar dit was 'n goeie lyn staan, Morgan. Hulle het so 'n bietjie die spel verander, vinnig weggebreek met 'n losgemaal. En dit het veroorsaak dat daar so 3 van die Pumas se spelers nie deel was van die lyn staan, aanvanklike lyn staan nie.
Absolutely, Audrey. And importantly, the referee JC Chengwele telling Dondre Dalport to check his charges, so they must be on a team warning, yeah, for their discipline. So next penalty can be a yellow card. As you see, more coming from the Pumas, trying to swift the directions a little bit there. Now it's getting some momentum going forward. You see Browdy digging for the ball, but that ball looks like it was knocked on in the maul, and that is one of those other coach killers that we were talking about just now, Audrey. They were in a very favourable position there. The Griffons on a team warning, so they could have potentially gone down to 13 men, and then just the Pumas not controlling that ball as well as they should have, as you saw Brady trying to dig for that ball, and it is going to be another easy let-off for the team from Welkom.
Ja, en dan sit die skeieregter wat so halfpad, net so oor die halfpad van hierdie eerste helfte 'n waterbreek roep. In hierdie hitte, daar so 23 minute verstreke van hierdie eerste helfte. Maar in hierdie hitte, bietjie water vir die Pumas, 'n bietjie water vir die Noord-Vrystaaters, die Griffons. En nou wat Griffons staan hulle bekend.
So Audrey, it's been a good display thus far by the Airlink Pumas in their own competition, which is of course the SPS Airlink Cup, proudly sponsored by SPS. But the Griffons are going to want to take this opportunity just to cool the system down a little bit, get some fluids in, add some petrol to that tank, and just hit that reset button. They're only trailing by 14 points, Audrey, so it's not game over for them. It's no need for panic stations, but they're going to have to get a couple of things right, and it needs to start with their discipline and followed by their decision making.
Ja, daar's nog so 4 minute seker wat moet oorbly van hierdie geel kaart. Ja, dit is nog net so 'n minuut en 'n bietjie. So kan so tussen 'n minuut en 4 minute wees. Dan is die Griffons weer op vol sterkte. Maar Morgan, jy praat nou van 14-0 in die guns van die Airlink Pumas. Maar as die Griffons dalk net nou kan punte aanteken, sal dit hulle sterkte so 'n bietjie in die lug kry.
Most definitely, if this was a Currie Cup competition or something, those 2 tries that they squandered would have been bonus point territory for them. So they're going to want to chat that, and I can guarantee that message has gone down from Jimmy Stonehouse and his coaching staff. Guys, use those opportunities. You never know what's going to happen in the second half. If the wind picks up on this field, which I doubt it will, already you know this wind blows from one side of the field to the next, and it makes it incredibly difficult, especially if you play against that wind in the second half.
Ja, hierdie is natuurlik die derde ronde van hierdie Airlink Cup. In die eerste ronde het die Windhoek Draught Griquas afgereken met die Airlink Pumas 21-19. En die Novavit Griffons het die Leopards gewen, of die Leopards 48-41. En dan in die tweede ronde was dit die Griquas wat die Griffons gewen het 33-9. En die Pumas wat baas was teen die Leopards 56-20.
Yeah, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Audrey, this is for the right to play in that final, the cup final next week. They're at the Mbombela Stadium in Nelspruit. So, of course, the Pumas are definitely going to want to play in that final against the Griquas. But the Griffons are a tricky customer to deal with if they get the tails up.
Ons aandag is terug by die spel. Griffons wat vermaak, dan sit die 8ste man wat wegbreek. Nie 'n goeie hands gee nie, maar dan is dit Wian van die Kerk wat vir die derde 3 oorgaan van die Airlink Pumas. Griffons die sal vir hulle skop as gevolg van daardie bal wat verlore gegaan het.
Just too easy, Audrey. It looks like the communication problem started there at the scrum already. They got a good scrum in. There's no reason they should have conceded this try. As you see that ball being picked up at the back by Kakalashi. Pass not going to hands, and it is Vian van Niekerk there. And just too easy for the centre to dart over for his try. As we see Clinton Swart add the extra 2 points, pushing that score up to 21-0 with just over 24 minutes played. And this is where it's going to become difficult, Audrey, conceding 3 tries. And let's be honest about it, all 3 were very soft tries in the context of the game.
Jy vat die woorde uit my mond uit om te sê dat in 'n kringetjie sal die afrigter soveel keer vir sy spelers sê daardie was werklike soft tries gewees. Robbie Petzer oorkant van die veld. Hangskop. Goed onder die bal in. Die Pumas Browdy die wag vir hom.
It's a great kick-off, Audrey, but I'd like to see a little bit more contest there from the Griffons with those kick-offs. They're not putting the Pumas under pressure. As you see Browdy, they're just launching the ball up into the heavens.
Ongelukkig laat die Griffons vir hom op, maar hy's tog in die hande van die Griffons. En nou word daar weggebreek deur die nommer 13 center, Phillies. Goed onder beheer gekry, Browdy wat vir hom wag. Skiet hom terug tot binne in sy kwartgebied, teruggeneem. En nou gaan hulle met hom hardloop hierdie span van die Airlink Pumas. Sal wyd oor die kop aangegee word van Pico Sabatle.
I think the idea there by Toliot was good. The man who scored 2 tries, the first 2 tries of the game, but just floating over the head of Pico, going out into touch. As you see a player down there for the Griffons, is going to need some attention there. Looks like it might have been a bit of a shot to the head. And his forwards won't mind this little break at all. It is scorching here in Kimberley.
Ja, ek wil amper sê, Morgan, die Griffons moet eintlik hierdie tyd wat hulle in die gebied van die Pumas is, bietjie optimaal benut, as ek dit so kan stel.
Most certainly, they haven't had many entries into the half of their opponents. It's literally been every single time they've kicked off, they've been in their opponent's half. And for the rest of the part, they've been camping in their own half. And the Pumas have been doing really well to keep them pinned down in their own half for most of the game.
Ja, en alles al vir mekaar wil sê, ons moet ons spel net so bietjie lig terwyl ons daar is. En ons het nog werklik hierdie agterlyn van die Griffons nog nie aan die gang sien kom nie. Keenan Cronje uit sover 'n baie goeie wedstryd vir die Griffons gespeel.
Audrey, it is Ethan Williams that has gone off there. Must be a bit of blood, as we've seen that it is Jaywin Juris, the nephew of the coach, Jock Juris, has come on. He's normally the regular captain. He's wearing the number 23 jersey, but on the team sheet, the 23 is Karel Jan Kutsia, the lad from Bloemfontein that went to Jim Forshare. But that is Juris on the field there, as he gets the ball from the back of the scrum.
En dan sit vir die eerste keer wat hy vir 'n slag uitkom aan die kant van die Griffons, maar teruggeduik in daardie proses. Weer is hy beskikbaar vir die Griffons. Petser speel hom na die buitekant toe, binnekant toe gebreek. Pragtige voete deur Ware. Nog steeds Ware as hy grond toe geneem word. Hierdie keer is dit die Griffons maar oor die hande aangegee word. Nou sit Gumede. Dan sy in die hande van die haker, dan draai Delport. Weer beskikbaar vir die Griffons. Petser, Gumede. Nou is hy so 'n bietjie meer dringend aan die kant van die Griffons. Petser wat binnekant toe breek, beskikbaar. Speel weer na die klein kantjie toe. Matthys, en dan is Matthys so deur 'n gaping, maar ek word net aan sy enkels beet gekry. Keenan Cronje uit so ver bar sou gespeel. Gumede. Hy kom by 'n man of wat verby, wen 'n meter. Speler was aan in die pad gewees. Petser gaan hy na die binnekant toe speel. Nee, hy hou die bal, maak hom beskikbaar. Dan speel hom uit daarna Gora. Gora kom deur 'n gaping, maar hy kry die bal nie weg nie. Goeie stukkie spel deur die Griffons, maar afgestorm. En dan is dit die skeieregter wat op sy fluitjie blaas. Hy sê die Griffons het nie daardie 10 meter die onkantlyn eerbiedig nie. Hoor jy? Hy sê tog dit was 'n skouerloop gewees.
I'm very surprised at this move, Audrey. Judging by what they've been doing in the Currie Cup, with Jaywin Juris being on the field, he loves taking a crack at goal. He's a very astute kicker. But you've seen that bit of spark and energy that this team has just got all of a sudden since he's been on the field. He is their regular captain. He is their regular scrum half, but being rotated for this game, and you can just see their backline looks slightly or much better and much different with him giving them service.
Dat is presies waarvan ons gepraat het net voor hierdie goeie loopie deur die Griffons om te sê kom ons lig ons spel net so bietjie meer tempo insit.
But Audrey, do you take the 3 points, which would have been a very easy and regulation 3 points, or you go for that try now where you still are not guaranteed of walking away with points here?
Ja, ek dink nou na daai goeie stukkie spel, dink ek sou ek op kantlyn toe geskop het. Goeie lyn staan werk deur die Griffons as hulle hom inneem. Gaan hulle daai rolmaal beweging in die gang kry en dan kry hulle hom tog aan die gang. En dan word daar soos 'n jokkie die perd geslaan. Die einste Ethan Williams uit herstel van sy bloedbesering. Nog steeds dieselfde, nog steeds vorentoe en dan sal so teendryf van die kant van die Pumas. Maar hy word afgeneem weer deur die Griffons binnekant toe gebreek deur Gora. Weer beskikbaar vir die Griffons. Jacobs. Goeie verdediging aan die kant van die Pumas.
Quinton Swart could have been a little bit lucky there, Audrey, at that tackle.
So Kalashe. Dan word hy oor die kop gesit, gaan hy regop vir die Griffons. Nee. Tog in die hande van die Pumas wat hy spring. My skeieregter sê daar was voordeel geweest wat ek geblaas het vir onkant. Vinnige tikskoppie geneem deur Ethan Williams. Afgeneem deur die Pumas. Dan is dit die haker Llewellyn Klaasen. So byna het hy vroeër 'n 3 gedruk vir sy span. Proudy wat van agtertoe uitskiet. Clinton Swart. Swart se betroubare skopvoet, die gaan nie 'n fout maak nie. Hy bring verligting en rustigheid. As hy vir hom uitjaag hier aan die diskant van die veld, so tussen die 10 stippellyn en die kwart lyn van die Pumas.
Well, that's actually a very disappointing outcome for the Griffons, Audrey. After putting all that pressure on, doing really good, but then they started rushing things again. And once they started rushing things, it started going pear-shaped for them. The communication seemed to go out the window, and that all changed. And it's with all due respect, when Williams came back on after his little blood bin, I think it's very important for Jock Juries to maybe make the call and bring Jaywin Juries back onto the field. We saw what a big difference he made, even though it was only a minute or two that he was on the park.
Ja, ek dink is ook belangrik Norman om by die struktuur van jou spelpatroon te bly. Partykeer 'n vinnige tikskoppie kan soveel dividende gee, maar in hierdie geval sou ek sê die lynstaanwerk is so goed dat ek weer kantlyn toe sou skop.
Audrey, and we cannot forget that the Pumas have played in back-to-back Currie Cup finals where they won one on this very field. They are not going to be rattled by pressure on their own try line against a team like the Griffons.
En hierdie keer is dit die Pumas wat die bal van die perstrye afneem. Dan word hy weer afgeneem, maar die skeieregter sê bal is daar teruggeklap in onkantspel. Die voordeel gaan aan die Pumas. Clinton Swart sal waarskynlik nader geroep word.
And it's quite interesting, Audrey, if we have a look at this bench of the Griffons, they've got one player here, a certain Mr. Simon Westrot, that played many years of his rugby at the Pumas. See the crowd getting a bit excited there for someone catching the ball. But Simon Westrot played his rugby at the Pumas for many years, and he came to the Griquas, played a bit of rugby here, and now he found himself at the Griffons. And that's what you love about this tournament. All these teams seem to share a pool of players over the years as players move on from one team. And I think it's actually quite beautiful and a really good advertisement for the sport.
Reg oor die lyn staan gegooi en dan op na die kant van die Griffons toe. Keenan Kronia, hy gaan met hom grond toe. Nou sê die skeieregter nie weggerol in daardie proses nie. Ja, dis 'n bietjie 'n vreemde beslissing.
Yeah, I think that he might have been Keenan Cronier for sealing off there, Audrey. I'm not sure. Not staying on his feet. It's once again, it's a pity for the Griffons that they just cannot get the momentum going. Because once they get a bit of momentum going, we've seen how dangerous they can be. And that's what they really need to focus on. Do the basics well, get the momentum right, and protect the ball.
Ja, die ou gesegde wat natuurlik gaan, jy is net so goed soos wat jou opponent jou toelaat om te speel. Hierdie keer goed gerank deur die Pumas, vinnige bal wat agter toe gebring word na Klaasen toe, en daar trek Klaasen en dan 4 meter voor die doellyn word hy plat getrek. Browdy wag vir hom, aanhou hy hom by sy voorspelers, reg opgehou deur die Griffons. Sampie Swiegers, die gaan daarin, weer beskikbaar vir Browdy. En dan is daar net eenvoudig te veel krag aan die kant van die Pumas. Wag vir die bal agter, was hy oor die doellyn of nie, die skeieregter op sy plek. Weer 'n poging na die doellyn toe, maar weer kort. Paul wat weer daar gaan uitkom. Hulle wag vir hom, weer gaan dit vinnig wees, dan skiet hulle hom verder uit. Skeieregter sê met daardie aangee, is daar 'n aanslaan terselfdertyd.
3 times already, Audrey, that they've gone over the try line, not able to get that ball down. Looks like this time it was that former Shimla captain, Ruvald van der Merwe. Just not getting over, but we saw plenty of power as he tried to power his way over that line. And another let-off here for the Purple People Eaters. Not the greatest of goal line drop kicks. Well fielded there by the Pumas, and yeah, they came on the counter.
So Bartley wat die bal daar in die hande gekry het, onmiddellik met 'n teenaanval aan die kant van die Pumas. Browdy, Clinton Swart, skiet hy hom weer uit na Sobatle toe. Hierdie keer is dit Tian de Klerk wat vir hom inneem. Browdy, Swart, gaan hy deur die gaping kom. Goeie loopie daar so deur, lyk soos Etienne Janneke. Aanslaan ongelukkig deur die einste Clinton Swart, dan word hy afgeneem deur die Griffons, dan word hy op die voet gesit, en nou sit reeds die tyd hier in Bloemfontein, in Kimberley, dit is hoër. Hierdie keer is dit weer 'n teenaanval, nou sit die Etienne Talliard, die 3-drukker. Jakula beskag nie, hy gaan met hom grond toe, maar weer afgeneem deur die einste Keenan Cronier. Dan sê die skeieregter, daar was 'n aanslaan gewees.
Audrey, sometimes it's so amazing that a team can show this sense of urgency 2-3 minutes before the halftime break, and it's been lacking throughout the entire game. there the Griffons have just shown how dangerous they are if the outside backs get a little bit of space and they get to do what they need to do. Unfortunately, the support not quite all there, but well fielded there by Etienne Talliard, the two-time try scorer this afternoon. And you saw how cool, calm and collected he was under pressure. Even that offload, there was no stress, there was no pressure on him. And I think that's just by a player that has just been tuned in so well through his experience in the Currie Cup over the last couple of years.
Jy praat so die waarheid, Morgan, dit is so belangrik. Die druk wat verwerk word. En hierdie spelers van die Pumas, die was al allemaal daar. Hulle kan die druk verwerk. Hulle weet precies hoe om het te doen. 2 Currie-beker finale gespeel die afgelope 2 jaar in Suid-Afrika. Die een waarvan hulle hier op hierdie eindste veld as die kampioene afgestap het. En vroeër van jaar in Bloemfontein, toe het hulle teen die Vrystaat Cheetahs verloor.
Adrian, just interesting here on the sideline. Simon Raw busy warming up, the tight head prop for the Pumas. He's a big unit. One would mistake him for a piece of free-set beef, if you see how big this lad is. But plenty of power there.
Jakula Beskagni wat hom ingeneem het daar, en dan kom hy toch weer uit aan die kant van die Pumas. Browdy die wacht vir hom. Swart, hy sit hom op sy voet, jaag vir hom na die oorkant van die veld toe, maar net te ver. En hulle gaat vir hom terugbring. Direkte uitskop en 'n lyn staan die gaan gevorm word net binnekant die halfgebied van die Pumas en weer 'n geleentheid vir die Griffons.
Just a little bit too much mustard on that kick there by Clinton Swart, but one can forgive him. He's had a near flawless game, Audrey, but that pack has allowed that back line to be flawless. As we see Simon Raw there in the number 18 jersey coming onto the park. They're just behind the captain, Shane Kirkwood, in the line-out, but it is Andre Delport to feed the line, the man who's captain the Griffons today, getting the message there. Hasn't gone quite swimmingly for them this afternoon with their line-outs, and they will feel that they are much better than what they've shown this afternoon with their set piece.
Gerank daar so deur Wikus Nieuwenhuisen. Nou is het Cronje, vat 3 of 4 manne om grond toe te bring. Beskikbaar aan die kant van die Griffons. Petser sit hom op sy voet. Pragtige skop deur Petser. Hy jaag vir my net so voor die 5-tree stippellyn van die Pumas.
And that's a 50-22, Audrey. And it's going to be a Griffons feed for that line out. So here's a good opportunity for them. That little passage of play. Keenan Cronje doing fantastic work there. I've been very impressed with this youngster today. Doing a lot of hard graft there among the forwards. But if they can score now, as we see that is now being awarded to the Pumas, it's a pity because if the Griffons could get on the board now, Audrey, I can guarantee you that second half would be a totally different kettle of fish.
Ja, dit sal vir hulle baie selfvertroue gee, maar reg oor die lyn staan gegooi.
And here comes the Griffons' opportunity, Audrey. This time it's a scrum feed for them. They've got to make this one count. Even if they just walk away at 3 points, just get yourselves on the board before the halftime hooter goes.
Ja, en hoeveel keer is dit nie al in rugby gesê, daar die punte wat jy aanteken net voor halftyd en net na halftyd, hoe belangrik is dit nie vir 'n span nie?
Audrey, it's one of the goldens in rugby, and we're not referring to the golden lions. You get the golden egg, which is a ball that you do not let drop or hand over to your opponents, and it's this golden period before halftime and after halftime where you want to score your points. But the Pumas will take a lot of confidence out of their previous scrums, Audrey, so it's going to be very important for the Griffons to get this one right.
Ja, gaan dit 'n vinnige bal wees, gaan klein kantjie gespeel word. Ethan Williams die sit vir hom in. Hy was af met 'n besering. Bal word gehou, maar dan sit die agste man wat optel. Grond toe gebring. Weer is dit Williams en dan speel hy vir Cronje. Cronje wat teruggeduik word deur 2 manne. Williams gaan nou nee, ja, hy gaan tog die rigting verander. Nee, hy verander nie die rigting nie, nog na dieselfde kant toe. Dan sit Gora. Grond toe gebring. En dan sê die skeieregter, nee, daar was 'n oortreding aan die kant van die Griffons. En soos jy gesê het, elke keer ongelukkig vir die Griffons is hulle eie grootste vyand.
Absolutely, Audrey, but that was a wonderful pull for there on the ground there by the Pumas to turn that ball over. But it looks like that communication, we were speaking about it earlier, Williams needs to communicate with his pack a little bit better, and I am really saying this out of respect as a guy that played scrum off myself. You've got to be in tune with your loose forwards as well as your hooker when it comes to the scrum, Audrey. Kakalashi picking that ball up there. Williams not expecting him to pick the ball up. They need to get that better. It's basics of the game, and it is, as they say in Afrikaans, the corner dier te staan.
Ja, die tyd tussen die eerste helfte verstreke. Skeiedsregter gaan hierdie lyn staan nog laat plaasvind. Waarskynlik die laaste vaste faset of die laaste faset van hierdie eerste helfte. Dan word hy tog in die hande gekry deur Jaco Lawaskagni. Clinton Swart na die binnenkant toe gebreek. Deur Stefan Kutse grond toe gebring. Nee, hy moet vir hom los nou daar. Dan sit die eenste Keenan Cronje wat 'n strafskop afstaan.
Yeah, Audrey, another decision that needs to be made, but if I was Clinton Swart, tap the ball, put it out into touch, get off this field. It is hot outside. Regroup under air cons and just look at that second half. But what a kick by the big fly half, who's equally comfortable at inside centre. Wonderful kick, touch finder on the far side of the field. And he was almost literally 10 metres away from the closest side of the field.
Ja, en nou sal die verdediging van die Griffons baie goed moet wees. Want hierdie Pumas, hulle sal hier voor rustyd wil punte aanteken.
Yes, Audrey, with that kick, I would, and if I was a Harvey's Ferree, I'd be watching this game thinking, there might be my number 12 after Frans Steyn retired, because that's what you want at a Cheetah's number 12, as you see another good line out there by the Pumas, as they get that rolling maul going.
Die Massa wat toe gerank het, dan kom hy uit Browdy, en dan speel hulle hom na die buitekant toe wyd, is die spasie. Tino Swanepoel nog steeds in besit van daardie bal, en dan word hy grond toe gebring, nou moet hy gelos word, Browdy wat vir hom vinnig wag, en dan sit Browdy wat self wil gaan, hy ruk hom los daar uit een van die verdedigers. Nou sal die speler moet wegrol van daardie bal af, Browdy wat vir hom wag, Swart, nie 'n goeie haan gee nie, aan op hy tog in die hande van Stefan Kutser, Jaco Lawaskagni, hy kom by 2 manne verby, word grond toe getrek op die 5-tree stippellyn. Nou sit die plaasvervanger Simon Rowe, voordeel wat gespeel word, nou sit die loskakel Clinton Swart, skeiedsregter wat op sy fluitjie blaas.
That was very naughty there, Audrey. I'm not sure if there was Kakalashi that went into that tackle without using arms. And that is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Had that try not been scored, it could have been a card. As we see the carrier coming out by Raw. Kakalashi going in there without wrapping the arms. Very dangerous grass cutter. But the player manages to reach over there on his back. Looks like it's Clinton Swart scoring a try. And the big fly-off also gets on the board. He's already converted 3 tries. Takes his tally up to 11 points of the game and got the opportunity to take it up to 13.
Ja, is dit nie uitstekend, ook vir jong seuns wat hierdie spel so wil speel en lief is daarvoor nie, om te kyk wat het Clinton Swart daar gedoen. Die laaste stukkie het hy sy arms gebruik en oorgegaan en op die lyn gedruk. En dit beteken 5 punte vir hierdie Airlink Pumas span. Dan sit ook Clinton Swart wat die ekstra 2 punte byvoeg en die telling hierso vir halftyd 28 punte vir die Airlink Pumas. Die Novavit Griffons, hulle moet nog op die bord kom. Morgan, jou indrukke van hierdie eerste helfte.
Very good first half by the Currie Cup runners-up, Audrey. They took total control of the game. They starved the opponents of possession, forced them into mistakes and poor discipline, and that's what's going to be addressed, but they can feel well within their rights to have 1 foot in that cup final for next week against the Griquas in Nelspruit.
Was founded in 1936 and has a legacy spanning more than 70 years in improving workflows and workspace for global businesses. Rico understands that businesses today need a digital and IT partner to be competitive. someone who has the vision, know-how, and capabilities to challenge your processes and push your boundaries, to constantly ensure you have the capabilities to deliver better customer and employee experiences.
At Rico, we are in the business of leading change at work. In practice, this means providing consultative and strategic support that helps our customers respond to the changing demands of the modern workplace. Whatever your digital journey, business size, or circumstances, we can help you achieve your business goals.
Rico does it all: project management, change management, optimization consultancy, service management, rollout management, process analysis, integration and monitoring, implementation services, governance strategies, and fleet optimization. Motswako offers solutions, supplies and maintains the highly regarded Rico brand in Southern Africa. Among other things, they specialize in office imaging equipment, production printing solutions, document management systems, and IT services. Whatever your digital needs, your business size, or your circumstances, Motswako can help you achieve your business goals. They understand how people, workplaces, and technologies work, and how to create a vision to meet every demand. They also ensure that change is positive for their clients' people and business. It fuels employee engagement, sparks innovation, improves security, and ensures sustainability.
Motswako is very privileged to be, since 2001, the biggest Rico independent dealer in Africa. We have got offices across the country, and we underwrite the Rico products and the Rico values.
Rico and Motswako offer solutions, a full range of services to be more efficient at work and to make your business modern and sustainable.
It's a privilege to be here today to launch the Scania new buses for Citybug. Citybug being a partner of the Pumas for many, many years as a road transport sponsor and also the sponsor of our Coaches Association. I want to thank Jacques and his team for their support and wishing them all the best with the new buses. Thank you so much.
Africa Tyres Group is gestig as Pongola Tyres, maar na hulle landwyd en tot in Afrika gegroei het, is die naam verander na Africa Tyres. Charles van der Merwe se eenmanssaak het gegroei tot waar hulle vandag tot 200 trok breakdowns per dag hanteer. Hulle lewer insleepdienste dwars oor die hele land en 10 Afrika lande. Wat ook al jy benodig, bande, meganies, insleep, enige iets wat fout kan gaan op 'n trok, sorteer hulle vir jou uit. Dan doen hulle ook natuurlik groothandelverkope van bande.
Africa Tire Call Center beskikbaar 24 uur, 7 dae 'n week, nasionaal en in 10 buitelande.
Daar het julle dit. Africa Tyres werk 24 uur elke dag, 7 dae 'n week, dwars deur die jaar met spanne wat permanent op bystand is om te verseker kliënte kry die vinnigste diens om hulle weer veilig terug op die pad te kry. Hulle is tans die enigste inbelsentrum in Afrika wat meganiese herstel, vervanging van bande en ook nog insleepdienste op 'n trok kan doen. Waar ander fokus op net een aspek, doen hulle letterlik alles vir hulle kliënte. Verder bestuur hulle ook hierdie moderne veilige vragmotorstop op Pongola, met alle geriewe wat nodig is vir bestuurders om uitgerus weer die lang pad aan te pak. Africa Tyres se naam sê ook duidelik dat hulle nie net trokbande nie, maar ook 'n verskeidenheid kwaliteit kommersiële en passasiersvoertuigbande voorsien teen die beste pryse. Africa Tyres Group. Hulle groei op wat vir hulle en hulle kliënte werk, om prysgewys mededingend te wees en voort te bou op effektiewe insleepdienste om kliënte so gou en veilig as moontlik weer op die pad te kry. Hulle ondersteun private maatskappye en waar hulle kan, help hulle om kleiner besighede te laat groei en op so 'n manier loyale besigheidsverhoudings te bou om te verseker dat kliënte net die beste diens langs die pad kry.
Die kraaie gaap hier in Kimberley. Die son het stil gaan staan hierso in Kimberley. Dit is die Airlink Cup. Dis halftyd tussen die Griffons en die Airlink Pumas. Novavit Griffons wat agterloop teen die Airlink Pumas met 0 punte teenoor die 28 van die Pumas. Eerste helfte 4 warm, 4-3 aan die kant van die Pumas. Die 3 wat gedruk is deur Etienne Taljaard. Die regtervleuel 2-3. Wian van die Kerk het een keer agter die pale gaan kuier en dan ook die loskakel, die deurwinterde loskakel Clinton Swart, hy het een keer agter die pale gaan kuier en dan was daar natuurlik die vir 5 skoppe wat suksesvol was. En die spanne weer op die veld verskyn. Dit is natuurlik die Pumas, hulle gaan van links na regs speel in die perstrye. Hulle gaan daar die suidelike doellyn verdedig. Morgan Peak, ja, 4 warm maar buite. Wonder wat het jy draad tyd vir die Griffons ingehou en wat sou jy gesê het as jy die afrigter van die Griffons was?
Yeah, Audrey, if I was the coach, Jock Juries, I would have told the guys, chaps, let's play some Griffons rugby. physical, undulating rugby. Take the game to your opponents. You are trailing 28-0. You've got nothing left to lose, but you've got it all to gain by playing in that cup final next week there in Nelspruit. So that's what I would say to him. Just do what you got to do. Play your rugby. Play our solid rugby, what we're known for. We are called the people eaters for a good reason, and just do that.
Ja, spelers wat uitgestaan het in die eerste helfte. Natuurlijk, die name wat ek genoem het van die 3 drukkers, maar ook Ross Browdy, die nummer 9, die internasionale speler van Canada. En dan sit die eindste Clinton Swart, wat die spel gaan begin. Maar hierdie keer het hy hom net te ver gejaag. Assistent skeieregters vlag die skiet omhoog daar aan die oorkant van die veld.
A very rare mistake indeed there by the Pumas in this game. They have been absolutely clinical to perfection. That one, a very unforced area, and it's a good opportunity for the Griffons to give themselves a good start in the second 40-minute period. Audrey, it's easy to score more than 4 tries and a half, as the Pumas have shown. They could have scored easily 7-8 tries. They went over that try line a couple of times where the ball was held up, so they should not lose belief, but it's imperative that they use this opportunity to get onto the board immediately.
Ja, speler aan die kant van die Griffons se naam wat natuurlik genoem moet word is die van Keenan Cronje. Man wat daar gematrikuleer het aan die hoërskool Montana en ook gebore in Woester in die Boland.
I've played against Montana and Worcester before, Audrey, and they play very hard rugby. They play Griffons kind of rugby, and he has been absolutely brilliant today as we see the Griffons come away with something, but very lateral, not making many meters forward.
Afgeneem deur Browdy. Etienne Talliard, die kom help daar so, nou word aan die binnekant toe gebreek deur die Maza. Weer Browdy. Swart. Agter toe gespeel na Stefan Kutsie toe. As dit weer na sy loskakel toe, dan is dit Clinton Swart wat hom op sy voet sit. Goed in die lug gespeel, maar dan is dit tog die Griffons wat onder hom ingaan. Sy Gershwin Ware. Maar as die kantlyn die wat baas speel en eerste wen, vinnige ingooi deur die eindste Pumas, en dan word hy onder beheer gekry deur Phillies, teenaanval daar so deur die Griffons. Hofman wat grond toe gebring word. Nou sê die skeieregter, nee, julle oortree. En soos ek vroeër in die eerste helfte gesê het, Griffons is hulle eie grootste vyand.
They certainly are, Audrey. There was the perfect opportunity, but where was the support runner? They weren't anywhere close enough to Hoffman, forcing Hoffman to go down to ground. If there was one runner on the outside, it could have been try time all the way, Audrey. It was open here in the back of the field, and it's just those basic little things that are letting them down. And look at this easy exit for the Pumas again. Fine touch just outside the 22-meter area with the line-out feed to come by that man there in picture, the hooker, Llewellyn Clausen, who's also had a very big game today and always has a very big game. And their line-out has been working to almost absolute perfection this afternoon.
Hooggerang daar so deur Tian de Klerk. Kry die rolmaal beweging aan die gang. Dan sien die hande van Llewellyn Clausen, dan breek hy weg, Ross Browdy. Maar as Ross Browdy wat daar so deur 2 verdedigers kom, en vroeg in die tweede helfte, is dit Ross Browdy wat oorgaan vir die 5-3 van hierdie Pumas span, die Airlink Pumas.
As we have a look at this replay, there, Clausen to feed the line out, going there to the lock, a quick little more there, picked up quickly. They go into the 22-meter area, breakaway there to Brody. Brody dummies, slips through the tackle, and it looks like it could have been Ludo Williams on the field there, not being able to tackle. And Audrey, dare I say, that is a trademark Ross Brody tries, where he powers through a tackle. His size gets underestimated time and time again, and he goes over for the 5 points. And Clinton Swart duly adds an extra 2 to make it a 35-point game, and now it's going to be very difficult for the team from Belcom to come back into this one.
Ja, is 'n stylbult wat nou geklim gaan moet word deur die Griffons, maar jy's heeltemal korrek as jy sê daardie 1.68 meter van Ross Browdy, en dan is hy nog stewig op sy 2 voete, baie sterk in sy bene, in sy bolyf, so jy gaan nie vir hom sommer omtrek nie.
That's the thing about Ross Browdy, Audrey, is he's about as broad as what he is tall. So I suppose some people used to pronounce his surname Broad. As we see the kickoff there by Robbie Petzer. Ball coming out on the Griffin side.
Pragtig onder beheer gekry daarso deur Phillies. Hy het vir hom afgeneem by die afskop. En die eerste keer in hierdie wedstryd is daar punte op die bord vir die Novavit Griffons. En Phillies was absoluut briljant om daardie bal uit die lug uit te pluk. Klein kantjie toe gebreek. En 5 punte net nadat die Airlink Pumas 3 gedruk het. Is dit die eerste 3 vir die Novavit Griffons.
Everyone almost sensed that an individual piece of magic was required, and that was exactly what was shown there by Phillies. Actually, with his diminutive stature, putting the forwards of the Pumas under a bit of pressure there at the kickoff, getting the ball out, staying on his feet, spotting the gap, and darting over the corner. Look at that. He gets that ball, collects it, bursts through one tackle of Kirkwood, finds a gap, and he just knows one way, goes to the corner like a wing should do. A harder kick for Robbie Petzer from the sideline, but Robbie Petzer has got an educated boot, and he will not 9 out of 10, I'll say 7 out of 10 times, he'll send us one sailing through the uprights, but it was imperative for the Griffons to get on the board after they conceded their try, just to get the tails up a bit.
Robbie Petzer ry die paal dop. Sy vorentoe kom. Ja, hy gaan vir hom regs druk. Telling die gaan 5 punte bly vir die Griffons. Die derde ronde van hierdie Airlink Cup. En nou sit ook die Pumas wat hulle plaasvervangers op die veld stuur. P.J. Jacobs en Dewald Marits. Akker en Stit onderskeidelik van hierdie Pumas span.
You see Etienne Janneke come off the field, the player known as the Leeu, former Tuk.
Ja, hy het ook onlangs verjaar, die 17de November, baie geluk. Petzer kom so by 1 of 2 manne verby as hy grond toegeneem word, is hy beskikbaar vir die Griffons. Ethan Williams, hy kommandeer sy troepe daarop. Weer grond toegeneem. Weer is dit Williams wat sy manne daar hierdie keer regs opsit. Nie 'n goeie aangee nie. Gelukkig Matthys wat hom op die grond optel. En hy maak die beste van 'n swak aangee.
Now, it's very important for that back line to get good service, that link between the forwards and the back line. And if you don't get that from that man wearing a number 9 jersey, it can be very difficult, as we've seen with that poor pass. Put the kick under a lot of pressure. He didn't gain ground, and it's a good opportunity once again for the Pumas with a short line out close to the line. As we see, the Pumas immediately starting to maul. Good defense so far by the Griffons, but it's starting to crumble a little bit, but that ball does pop out, picked up there at the back. Man that's just come onto the field, powers forward. Ross Browdy offloads there to Simon Raw. About 4 players been taken out there. Look like 10-pin bowling taking place there. The gap gets spotted, and the player, it is Pico, that just darts over for the try, and that pushes the score up to 45 in favour of the Pumas, with the conversion to come. Of course, the man from Natal scoring that try.
Ja, die man wat dadelik op die veld kom, P.J. Jacobs, dadelik deel van die spel, Browdy. Simon Raw, hy word teruggeduik. Maar dan is dit Pico Subatle, wat oorgaan vir nog 5 punte vir die Airlink Pumas. En Clinton Swart, hy gaan kyk of hy nog die 2 punte kan byvoeg. As ons weer kyk, P.J. Jacobs, Browdy wat natuurlik daar vir Simon Raw voer. Hy word teruggeduik deur die einste Keenan Cronje. Dan verander Browdy die rigting. En Pico Subatle is op die regte plek as hy omdraf. Byna so naas moontlik aan die pale druk vir nog 5 punte. 40 punte speel 5 hierso in Kimberley. Clinton Swart, hy maak nie 'n fout met daardie ekstra 2 punte nie.
No, and as he was busy lining up for that kick, I see Brandon Thompson, the former Glasgow Warriors and Cheetahs fly half, being ready to take to the field. So that might have been the last action of Clinton Swart. And indeed it is, as the big pivot leaves the field. Almost a little bit difficult to recognize Audrey because he normally has a lot longer hair.
En weer 'n in die middelveld, 11, maar baie goed onder beheer gekry, deur Roewald van der Merwe, die voormalige Shimla, en daar trek Roewald van der Merwe, gaan iemand omstuit, van sy eie kwart gebied, byna halfgebied hardloop hy reg deur, en soos 'n mens verwag van 'n Shimla, toe maak hy nie 'n fout nie, vir die Pumas hierdie keer, in die nommer 7 try, gaan druk hy 'n pragtige 3 vir nog 5 punte.
Dare I say that again, Audrey, you do not give a guy like Roewald van der Merwe this kind of opportunity, going straight down the field, straight down his throat, no pressure on him whatsoever. This lad has got a lot of pace. He could easily play outside centre with his size and his speed, and he just loves getting space like that. He's shown it already in his game. He shows it again, as you see Brandon Thompson add the extra 2 points, and it is starting to become one-way traffic here for the team from Mpumalanga.
Ja, dis een van daardie 3. As jy enig oud is, dan vertel jy jou agter kleinkinders van hom. Nee, letterlik nie 'n hand wat aan hom geraak het nie. Vanaf die afskop kan hy eendag vir sy kleinkinders vertel. Het hy 'n 3 gedruk in daardie Puma try. Trotse Puma. En nou is dit 'n baie groot opdraande stryd vir hierdie Griffons.
Audrey, you cannot see it on the screen, but off screen you can see how they're trying to just knock the wind out of the sails of these Griffons. They're getting back to that middle line very slowly. They look deflated at the moment. But this is where they have to decide. Guys, let's make a game out of it. Simon Vistrot has just come onto the field. He will bring a lot of energy. Very experienced player, a nuggety little player. And there's the first thing they've done right by winning the lineup. But the referee says no. He's not happy with that. And it looks like it's going to be a scrum right in the middle of the field.
Kon nie presies gesien het wat die oortreding daar was nie, Morgan.
I'm also not sure at all, Audrey. Must be a very technical call.
Het kan dalk wees dat die Griffon spelers voor die bal was met die afskop.
Could be indeed.
En ons het nogal 'n gesprek gehad daaroor in die Wêreldbeker, hoe min skeieregters dit werklik optel. Net so van die middelkolletjie af gaan die 2 pakke 'n vaste skram vorm.
It is a bit of a grey area, isn't it, Audrey? It's almost like that feed that's meant to be in the scrum straight, which it doesn't happen. I think the referees let it slip just to keep the game flying, but if it's clear and obvious, then they will call it like Mr. Shingweli just did.
Browdy opgetel deur nommer 7 weer die 3-drukker Roewald van der Merwe lang aangee oor na Stefan Kotse toe en dan sê in die hande van Etienne Taljaard die 3-drukker wat hom pragtig na binnekant toe speel, maar dan is dit onderskep deur die Griffons wat onmiddellik met 'n teenaanval begin. Is hy beskikbaar aan die kant van die Griffons? Nee, afgeneem. Ja, hy kom tog uit. Michael Benadi van die Griffons wat vir hom goed vasgevat het daar. Nou is dit Carly Thomas. Dan word daar vorentoe gehardloop deur die Griffons. Hulle wen so 'n paar meter veld. Williams. Weer is dit die Griffons. Hulle wil van wyd speel. Goeie verdediging aan die kant van die Pumas. Westraat. Dan sê die skeieregter daar was 'n aanslaan gewees. En in hierdie hitte gaan hulle maar weer 'n vaste skram vorm.
It's going to be interesting to see here, Audrey, what is going on, because there was Dondre Delport taking a charge down on the far side of the field, but Simon Vistrot is also on the field as a hooker. I don't know if Delport might have moved over to one of the prop roles, or if it is going to be Vistrot playing loosehead prop. Let's just have a look there.
Ja, die mense hier in Kimberley die kry warm. Toeskouers. Bietjie lafenis met die water.
Yeah, and we also see the captain of the Pumas, Shane Kirkwood, coming at the park. Another big game by the big lock. He never disappoints in a rugby field. I mentioned it earlier. He's one of the most underrated rugby players in this country, and he can easily play for any of the bigger unions in South Africa.
Dan word daar 'n bietjie van die lafenis gedeel ook, so tussen die skare.
I wonder what's in that other bottle, Audrey. If a bit of a mix has been poured in there.
Browdy wat vir hom agterwag, lang aan gee, dan kom hy uit na Wian van die Kerk toe. Grond toe geneem. Beskikbaar Stefan Coetzee, die wag vir hom hierdie keer. Dan is dit die nommer 7 flank, Roewald van der Merwe. Hy speel hom uit na Etienne Taljaard toe. En dit is sy 3 kuns, die derde 3 vir Etienne Taljaard. Uitstekende rugby Etienne Taljaard, 3 in hierdie wedstryd. Maar dit was weer Roewald van der Merwe, alles daar veroorsaak het.
I tell you, Audrey, Roewald van der Merwe is having a big game yet this afternoon, especially in the second half. Had a couple of good runs in the first half. Right place at the right time, every single time for the number 7. Look at him beautifully through the gap, and he offload is to absolute perfection. Taljaard does what he needs to do as a wing. Go to the corner first, get over the line, takes a little dart inside, dots it down for his hat-trick, and he has thrown his name into the hat for man of the match contender.
Ja, Brandon Thompson uit die skopwerk oorgeneem by Clinton Swart. Die 50-tal die is op die bord vir die Pumas. Hulle sou nou in 'n cricketwedstryd die kolf so 'n bietjie gelig het.
There's another very beautiful Afrikaans expression for what's happening here at the moment. Audrey, kyk en moord. As you see Brandon Thompson just not on target with that conversion, but he won't mind that. They are leading this game by 47 points. So for them, it's a mere formality as they've already secured their spot in that final.
Ja, hulle praat ook van 'n lang dag op kantoor, maar vandag is 'n lang warm dag op kantoor vir die Griffons.
Positive thing is, I did see a bit of lightning in the background just now, as Roewald van der Merwe scored his try, so maybe that might be a sign of things to come just now, Audrey.
Ja, hierdie keer slaan Roewald van der Merwe hom aan en dan word daar onmiddellik deur die Griffons met 'n teenaanval begin. Agtertoe gespeel. Betser grond toe geneem, weer beskikbaar. Jan Karel Coetzee, dan word hy so op die voet gesit, maar vasgeskop daar so teen Stefan Coetzee. Nou is dit weer Wian van die Kerk wat hom op die voet sit, agterna gesit deur Oer. Dan word hy tog vasgevat en dan word hy uitgeneem. En dit sal natuurlik 'n lynstaan ingooi wees vir die Pumas.
Audrey, what I really like about this Pumas team is they've got this ability to immediately correct a mistake when they make one and not allow their opponents to gain any advantage out of that mistake that has just taken place. And we see it again and again and again that they're just able to launch counterattacks off own mistakes. And this has put them in good stead. And I don't think this has been said enough about this team over the last couple of years. And it's one of the big reasons why they're knocking some of the bigger teams off the perch in South African rugby.
Ja, nou mens sal baie keer hoor Morgan dat 'n span wat so weghardloop met 'n wedstryd se strukture val uit mekaar uit en met hierdie Pumas span kliniese vertoning, jy kan baie duidelik sien hulle beweeg die heeltyd binne hulle strukture en niemand anders nie as Jimmy Stonias en M.J. Mens en Corneille Steenkamp moet die krediet daarvoor kry.
We were talking about it on the drive over, Audrey, about that entitlement that Rossi Erasmus is so famous for, that speech of his. And that is one thing that a guy like Jimmy Stonehouse will never allow in his team either. And you can see it in the way these lads play their rugby.
Williams vir die bal af vir die Griffons goed onder beheer gebring het. Ingeneem, wil nog 'n fase opsit. Jan Karel Coetzee. Man van Bloemfontein, Jim Fouché. Hy gaan vir hom probeer uitjaag aan die oorkant van die veld. Goeie skop deur die einste Karel Jan Coetzee. Sou oorweeg word om vinnig ingegooi te word deur die Pumas, en dan besluit hulle tog daarteen.
Now, Karel Jan Coetzee is also, of course, a kid that has gone through the cheetah system a bit, especially in the Franco Smith era, where he found himself playing for the Free State quite regularly. But he's found his home and his true place in SA Rugby, and that is at the Griffons, where he's made a big impact over the last couple of years.
Was daar die bal reguit, skeieregter die is tevrede as hy uitkom en word op die voet gesit deur Thompson. Gaan hy hom uitjag hier aan die oorkant van die veld. In posisie die Griffons, maar dan word hy nie uitgejaag nie. Onder die bal en is Tino Swanepoel. Swanepoel binnekant toe, buitekant toe, hy kom so byna 2 manne verby, maar dan sit tog Petser wat vir hom vasvat. Browdy, Thompson, binnekant toe gebreek deur Thompson, maar dan word hy grond toe gery. Weer beskikbaar aan die kant van die Pumas, dan sit die drukker Pico Sobatle, nog steeds in die hande van Sobatle. Beskikbaar vir Brody. Speel hom plat daar na Jaco Labeskagni toe. Dan sit Simon Rowe uit 'n goeie wedstryd vandat hy op die veld is. Afgeneem deur die Griffons. Sy einste Jared Creer. Dan gaan hulle vir hom speel as die spasie aan die buitekant. Ongelukkig vir die Griffons. Gaan daar die aangee verlore. Ja, is maar hulle eie grootste vyand, soos ek al 'n paar keer vanmiddag gesê het, Morgan.
Yeah, they're doing some really good things, like we saw that pull for there on the ground bar, created time to absolute perfection, but that's just those last little touches, Audrey, that let them down on so many occasions in this game. And, you know, the score is truly reflecting it. They should have had a lot more than 5 points. And the Pumas just capitalizing on those mistakes each and every time. And you can see that reflected in that half century that they've been able to rack up. As you see Brody leaving the field now, he's had a big game. Very good game by the young halfback from Bloemfontein.
Ja, hy word vervang deur Johan Snyman.
And Snyman, of course, a very seasoned campaigner, played in 2 Currie Cup finals.
Goeie kanaal 1 bal. Snyman wat vir hom wag, hy speel vir hom vlak aangee, maar oorgee aangee tot in die hande daarvan Anele Lungisa. Weer sit Snyman. Aangee die wat verlore gaan. Skeieregter sê nee, daar was 'n aanslaan gewees.
I always enjoy seeing Lungisa come onto the field. Audrey, he's just one of those trademark players in South African rugby with those dreadlocks, and he's a real busybody, brings a lot of energy to the park, and a very difficult customer, slippery as in eel. Not the easiest man to tackle, as we see the players getting in some much needed HTO.
Sonbrandbeskerming, die moet maar aangesmeer word vandag hier in Kimberley. Ja, ons het vroeër gepraat van die afrigtingskorps van die Airlink Pumas. M.J. Mens natuurlik vir die Suid-Afrikaanse skolespan gespeel. En ook die Suid-Afrikaanse onder 21 span. Daar so by die hoërskool Ermelo gematrikuleer. En dit was natuurlik ook die skool waar Jimmy Stonehouse sy afrigtersloopbaan begin het. Baie sukses behaal het met die hoërskool Ermelo.
Yeah, Brandon Thompson matriculated at Ermelo as well. And we can never forget about MJ Mens. He's a blitzbokker as well. I remember correctly, Audrey.
Hy is heeltemal korrek, 2007 het hy vir die Blitsbokke gespeel.
Something that I thought about earlier, we were talking about Tino Swanepoel, and he's had a very quiet game for his very high standards. Had 1 or 2 little darts here, but he's normally a player that is a lot more involved in the attack in the game.
Ja, ek dink Tino Swanepoel het nie baie geleenthede vandag gekry nie. Maar ook al kry jy nie soveel geleenthede nie en jy doen net die basiese goed reg, dan kan jy nog steeds afstap en sê ek het 'n goeie wedstryd gespeel.
No, absolutely, Audrey. And if you look at only 5 points conceded, it also means that he's done his job in the defense.
Absoluut.
Play just about to get underway again after a bit of getting some liquids, body petrol in.
Ja, die wedstryd natuurlik 4 uur die tussen die Leopards en die Griquas. 4 uur sal afskop na hierdie wedstryd in hierdie Airlink Cup. So 21 minute van hierdie tweede helfte is reeds verstreke, 19 minute se speeltyd wat oorbly. Karel Jan Coetzee.
Now, I see now Juries is back on the field there for the Griffons, Audrey. He's going to add a lot of energy as well. And I think it's high time. I personally feel he could have played a lot more since the first half. He brings experience, he brings a bit of calmness and leadership to the team, which might have lacked a little bit as well.
Ja, hy bring baie rustigheid natuurlik, soos jy sê, Morgan. Sal interessant wees of die bal net gaan loskakel toe en uitgeskop word, en of daar met 'n loopie begin gaan word. Onmiddellik is dit die Griffons, hulle wil met hom hardloop en dan word daar so byna weggebreek. Goed sien. Nou sê in die hande van die loskakel Robbie Petzer, maar hy kry nie sy skop weg nie, maar weer afgeneem, weer is dit Petzer, speel na die buitekant toe, nou kom hulle na die diskant toe en dan word hy op die voet gesit. Pragtig onder die bal is dit Andrew Kotta, en dan is dit Kotta wat daar trek, gaan hy buitekant toe speel, nie, hy speel om binnekant toe, is daar die bal afgeklap deur die einste nommer 17, Simon Westraat. Ja, sê die skeieregter, gaan die skeieregter se hand na sy sak toe gaan, kyk vir Kotta, binnekant toe, buitekant toe.
Yeah, they put themselves under so much pressure there, Audrey. They were playing at their advantage with that knock-on by Thompson, and they decided to kick the ball away, rather just keep the ball in hand. If all fails, you go back to scrum, you've got a set piece to work from. So the decision-making letting themselves down there, and maybe Simon Westraat a little bit lucky there. I see Mr. Chingwele busy having a chat to him at the moment, telling him that he was committing a bit of a cardinal sin there, but quite lucky for the big man to get away with that one.
Ja, hy is baie gelukkig.
You've seen it so easy in the past, our players can get yellow cards for that.
Hoor die lyns aangegooi, Snyman. Nou sê die hande van Ro wat hom nie behoorlik kan raakvat nie. Spat hy het aan die kant van die Pumas. Die skeieregter sê daar was 'n aanslaan in daardie beweging aan die kant van die Airlink Pumas.
So there's going to be a pressure scrum for the Griffons. They've already been crunched in one of these scrums on their trial line, resulting in a third try, if I remember correctly, Audrey. So they're going to want to make sure that they get this one right.
Ja, Malembe en Pofu, hy is ook in die tussentyd op die veld in die nommer 19 try. Saka in die nommer 5 slotposisie. Ja, die Griquas wat net hierna gaan speel. Hulle ondersteuners natuurlik hier van Kimberley. Kom so stadig maar seker ook by die veld aan. Karel-Jan Kutsie.
That's going to be quite an interesting one by the Griquas this afternoon. They have rotated their squad, and I think they're aiming at having a good fly this afternoon, Audrey.
Ja, die Griquas sal graag hulle wedstryd in die Leopards wil wen vanmiddag. Daar wys die skeieregter, Jaker se voet was te vinnig geweest. En 'n kort arm vryskop aan die kant van die Pumas. En dis Chad P.A. Jacobs, hy gaan met 'n tikskopie begin grond toe geneem. Snyman die wag vir hom, hy hou hom hier na die klein kantjie toe, dan sit die einste Swanepoel. Is dit Swanepoel wat daar oor gaan? Maar die assistent skeieregter se vlag het ook omhoog geskiet. Nee, hy's tog nie uit nie.
Audrey, just talking about this flyer having a bit of a quiet game by his high standards, but in typical fashion, he goes and darts over there in the corner with a trademark scrum cap of his, almost like Day of the Dead theme that he's got in that scrum cap. We see that quick tap there taken by PJ Jacobs. Good control of the ball on the ground there by the Pumas, and they let go to Swanepoel. He goes over the corner, makes no mistake. Brandon Thompson's going to have a bit of a difficult kick here from the touchline. But once again, it doesn't matter. They already have a 54-point lead with about 14 minutes left on the clock in this SPS Airlink Cup fixture.
Ja, dit het gelyk soos 'n byna uit was daar so van die assistent skeieregter met daardie hoek. Maar dit was inderdaad 'n duim wat vir die ander skeieregter of vir die skeieregter gewys het. Dit was 'n 3. Duim in die lug en dan
Brandon Thompson makes no mistake. He splits the uprights with that conversion. Good conversion there by the pivot. And the score goes up to 61-5 with 14 minutes left on the clock, Audrey.
Goeie afskop, afskop wat net so buite kan die kwartgebied te lande kom van die Pumas. Snyman Hulle maak 'n treintjie. Hy bekyk en dan gaan hy hom tog na die buitekant toe speel. Niemand anders nie as Brandon Thompson. Dan hou hulle hom aan die oorkant van die veld. Is hy reg opgehou daarso deur die Griffons. Dan gaan hy tog grond toe, beskikbaar vir Snyman wat dan die klein kantjie opsoek en daar trek Snyman, sit hom op sy voet en weer reis die tyd teen Kimberley. Gaan die bal reg op, pragtig op uit daar vir Snyman, hy kry hom onder beheer, hy vlieg weer op en dan speel hy hom na die buitekant toe en 'n like weer wat kom keer en net betyds is. Maar die skeieregter die sê dit was 'n oortreding aan die kant van die Noord-Vrystaaters, die Griffons. Snyman pragtig die bal onder beheer gekry daar.
A little bit dangerous there by the Griffons. Audrey, the referee, is calling the player closer to have a bit of a chat. I think some referees might have gone straight to the pocket for a card there. But then again, it also looked like he wasn't committed to tackling the player in there. He was trying to get out of it, but still very dangerous indeed, and just so glad that no player got injured in that process.
Roewald van der Merwe, hy neem vir hom in. Dan speel hulle klein kantjie toe Snyman, dan so agteraf aangee na Thompson. Thompson nog steeds in besit, maar voordeel die wat gespeel word deur die skeieregter. En dan blaas hy op sy vletjie, gaan hy nou sy hand in sy sak steek.
No, it looks like Mr. Chingwell is happy to let player carry on for now, Audrey. But I'm sure another infringement, there will be a chat to the captain of the team warning, and then the following infringement will be an automatic yellow card to the offending player.
Goeie besluit deur die Airlink Pumas, hulle wil skram. Dewald Marits en Simon Rowe, die Stitte, die plaasvervanger Stitte.
Talking about Stitte, Audrey, just next to the side of the field, the two Botha broers from Grey College Old Boys, Janu and Dolph Botha. Janu was meant to play in the game today, but he got injured last night. So he's a late replacement for that Griquas team that will be in field just now.
Snyman gaan hy klein kantjie speel. Nee, hy kom tog hierdie kant toe, dan sit vasgesteek daarso deur Wian van die Kerk, uitstekende wedstryd. Hy hou die bal reg op in die lug as hy grond toe geneem word. Dan word hy opgetel en pragtig oorgegaan daar deur die Airlink Pumas. Was dit Jakula Beskagni gewees met die nommer 6 stry? Is dit hy wat geluk gewens word? Ja, Jakula Beskagni wat oorgaan vir nog 'n 3 van hierdie vir hierdie Airlink Pumas.
See, good work there by the forwards of the Pumas. Just unrelenting with the pressure. Labuskachny picking up, and he just darts over, carries two players over with him, scores under the post, pushes the score up to 66-5. Less than 11 minutes left on the clock. Brandon Thompson lining up to add the extra 2 right in front of the sticks, and he should have no problem in sending this one through the uprights. Job is done here for the Pumas, Audrey. They will play in that cup final next week in front of their home fans.
Ja, nog 2 punte deur Brandon Thompson, plaasvervanger loskakel. Uit opgekom in die plek van Clinton Swart wat uitstekende wedstryd gespeel het.
Here's a famous face in the crowd, Philip Holloway with the blue face, always painted, loves his sport, very passionate about sport in Kimberley, Audrey.
Ja, Philip Holloway wat groot ondersteuner van Griquas rugby is, ook van die hoërskool Diamantveld. Nou sit Roewald van der Merwe, hy word vasgevat net so binnekant sy kwartgebied. Snyman van die Kerk, Coetzee, en daar trek Coetzee uit aan die binnekant vir Snyman, is dit Snyman, gaan hy omspeel, Coetzee wat grond toe gebring word, bal goed onder beheer gehou word, nou is dit Snyman, hy speel hom na die klein kantjie toe, baie goed onder beheer gekry deur Jakula Beskagni, die 3 dikker, en dan sy in die hande van Sobatle.
Forward pass, Audrey, forward pass, that could have been into the 70s for the Pumas. Unfortunately for that man that hails from the Tell and still played for the Sharks early in the year, it is not his brace that's going up onto the scoreboard because that pass drifted forward.
Dan het uitstekende rugby gespeel tussen die voor- en die agterspelers van die Airlink Pumas. Ongelukkig, daar die laaste aangee wat vorentoe is. Maar weer was dit Jakula Beskagni en Roewald van der Merwe, die 2 flanke van hierdie uitstekende Airlink Pumas span. Hulle het gawes gemaak waar hulle opgeduik het vandag, in die verdediging, in die hardloop. Snyman wat daar die klein kantjie toe vat, dan sit Labuschagne, hy speel hom na die buitekant toe, en daar sê die skeieregter, dit was vorentoe gewees.
Oh, Audrey, if you ask me, that is marginal. Some refs would have let that go, but it could have just slightly drifted forward. That was really a get-out-jail-free card for the Griffons there. And denying the Pumas, but the Pumas shouldn't get too upset about that. The job has been done, and the rest of this game is just a mere formality, Audrey.
Ja, Karel-Jan Coetzee.
See Philip Holloway there again with his blue face. Charge
word
down.
Vastgeskop, is dit teen Coetzee, en dan word daar net gered, deur Oer uit 'n paar keer die Griffons vandag gered van 'n 3, en dan probeer hulle hardloop vanuit hulle eie doelgebied. Maar met die skop het hulle geen veld byna gewen nie.
As we see Griffons player just pinching that ball away at the last moment, and a kick coming in there from the sideline. Player just getting forced out into touch, spills off the side of his boot. Already the game has just gotten a little bit scrappy the last couple of minutes. And both sides are going to want to be very aware of that, especially with the game coming up next week, because you can so easily lose your structures and pick up nasty habits going into a very important game.
Ja, maar ons het dit vroeër ook gesê, goed afgerigte span. As jy in jou strukture kan bly, as jy so ver voorloop, nog so 6,5 minute, 7,5 minute wat oorbly van hierdie kragmeting. Dis natuurlik Phillies se pale wat vir hom gelig was in daardie skop. Die enigste driedrukker vir hierdie Novavit Griffons span.
Fantastic seeing the crowd come out to support this initiative, Audrey. You got to take your hats off to teams like the Pumas for creating themselves something to play. Otherwise, they'll go 6, 7, 8 months without any rugby throughout the season.
Ja, wonderlike initiatief van hierdie Airlink Cup. Reg oor die lyn staan gegooi. Dan is dit Malemba Mpofu. Sy daar wegbreek, grond toe gebring word. Weer beskikbaar vir die Pumas. Snyman die wag vir hom. En die skeieregter sê dan was daar 'n aanslaan gewees. En dit is soos jy sê, die klein foutjies wat so stadig begin insluip aan die kant van die Pumas. Maar mens kan hulle ook nie blameer nie. 68 speel 5. En nog so 5,5 minute wat oorbly. En dis warm op daardie veld. Ons sê is omtrent 38 grade Celsius hier in Kimberley.
Yeah, Audrey, you know, I also hail from that valley, grew up in Mpumalanga a little bit as a youngster, and it does get hot there, but Kimberley hot is a different beast altogether.
Ja, die afgelope week was al so 'n hittegolf hier in die binneland. Die spel weer begin word. Goed onder beheer gebring deur die Pumas. Oh, nee, goeie aangee nie, maar tog vorentoe geneem daardeur Andrew Kotta. Daardie bal het vorentoe gespring. Die skeieregter sê nee, ek is tevrede. En dan is daar 'n skram wat toegeken word aan hierdie Griffons span. En nou is die manne moeg. Hulle tonge sleep letterlik op die grond in hierdie hitte. Nog so 4 minute se speeltyd die wat oorbly. 68 punte vir die Airlink Pumas, 5 punte vir die Novavit Griffons. Karel-Jan Coetzee Goeie skram van die Pumas, Kutsie, die kry vir hom, hy speel hom oor na Petser toe, Petser so dartel loopie, en dan sit hy hom op die voet, gaan die kantlyn wen, pragtig onder beheer gebring, daar so deur Matthys, maar weer onderskep, deur die Pumas wat met 'n teenaanval begin, en word 'n man afgestamp, is nie plek vir jou in my bus nie, baie goed gehardloop daar deur Snyman hierdie keer, en nou is dit Mpolfu, hy gaan die spel aan hierdie kant van die veld hou, Kutsie, en dan speel hy vir die uitstekende heel agter Tino Swanepoel, wat oorgaan vir sy tweede 3. Maar wat 'n uitstekende stukkie spel van die Pumas. Maar Pico Subatle, hy het net eenvoudig met minagting daar die speler van die Griffons weggestamp. Nog 5 punte op die telbord, wat natuurlik na 73 toe beweeg teenoor die 5 van die Griffons. As Brandon Thompson gaan kyk of hy nog 2 punte kan byvoeg, uitgenoeg geleentheid gehad vandag om sy skopskoen te oefen. Ja, Etienne Taljaard, die regtervleuel, hy 3 keer agter die pale gaan kuier, Wian van die Kerk 1 keer, Ross Browdy, uit 1 keer gaan kuier agter die pale, Clinton Swart 1 keer, dan het Clinton Swart ook met 'n paar vir 5 skoppe geslaag, en Pico Subatle, so goed gehardloop het nou daar. Hierdie keer is Thompson nie suksesvol nie, die telling die bly 73. Nog so 'n minuut en 'n half se speeltyd, die wat gaan oorbly in hierdie kragmeting. Die derde ronde van hierdie Airlink Cup. Griquas en natuurlik die Airlink Pumas, hulle loop voor, hulle is bo aan die punteleer. Hulle sal natuurlik sake uitspook volgende naweek by die Nelspruit Rugby Club. Daar in Nelspruit in Bombela. Die spel weer begin word, goeie hangskop. Dan word daar aangeslaan deur Lungisa, of is Karel Jan Kutsie. Teruggeduik. Weer is dit Karel Jan Kutsie wat vir hom wag, as hy hom kry binnekant toe gespeel na Oor toe. Hy het 'n goeie wedstryd vir die Griffons gespeel, goed op die verdediging, en dan hou hulle hom slegte bal wat onder beheer gebring word daar so deur die Griffons se einste Jared Creer. Kutsie, nou sê die skeieregter, daar was 'n hoogvat gewees op een van die Griffons spelers. Net so buitekant die halfgebied van die Griffons gaan Kutsie die bal neersit en 'n tikskoppie waarskynlik neem. Ja, hy kry nie die bal uitgeskop nie. Kutsie word hy binnekant toe geslinger deur Tino Swanepoel. Nou sy in Roald van der Merwe se hande wat 'n pragtige 3 vroeër gedruk het. Hy kry aansluiting aan die buitekant en dan word daar so 'n hoendervlerk gegee na die buitekant toe. Maar daar was 'n aanslaan gewees. Ja, is dit Dewald Marits? Is hy wat geleer het om so 'n hoendervlerk te gee, maar 'n goeie aangee aan sy kant. Die speeltyd is amptelik verstreke in hierdie kragmeting van die Airlink Cup. Derde ronde natuurlik wat plaasvind hier in Kimberley. Hierdie sal waarskynlik die heel laaste spel van hierdie kragmeting wees. Griffons die kan ingooi, alles sal met hom wil hardloop. Robbie Petser. En dan kom hy uit Kutsie, hy speel hom daar na die oorkant toe. Nie goed onder beheer gekry, daardeur versaag hy nie. Tog beskikbaar vir Phillies. En dan kom hy uit, weggebreek, daar so deur Matthys. En nou is dit Keenan Cronje wat 'n stiller tweede helfte gehad het vir die Griffons, nie baie geleentheid gehad nie. Versaghi. Weer is dit Kutsie. Versaghi. Nou zijn die hande van Phillies en daar trek Phillies. Baie goeie aangee. Goed raak gevat deur Juries. Nou word hy na die binnekant toe gegee na Kutsie. Toe gaan Kutsie oorkom hy. Word net so voor die doellyn plat getrek. Afgeneem deur die Pumas. Was daar die bal onwettig in besit geneem. Maar die skeieregter sê nee, hy was tevrede. En dan is dit ook die einde van hierdie wedstryd. Hy blaas die eindfluitjie. 80 minute se klipharde rugby tussen die Airlink Pumas en die Novavit Griffons. Die Airlink Pumas, die wat hierdie wedstryd wen, 73 punte teenoor die 5. Verskeie drieë gedruk deur die Airlink Pumas. Etienne Taljaard 3 keer, Wian van die Kerk, Clinton Swart, Ross Browdy. En dan is dit ook tyd om natuurlik die speler van die wedstryd aan te kondig. En niemand anders nie as Ross Browdy, wat daar die eer vandag toekom. En die enigste punte vir die Griffons, die is natuurlik gedruk deur die nommer 13 center Phillies. En dan hierdie twee onderskeie unies wat gestig is in 1969 en 68 onderskeidelik. Wonderlike rugby, 'n wonderlike leerskool en wonderlike rugby wat gespeel word hier in Sentraal Suid-Afrika in hierdie Airlink kamp. En vir 'n oomblik hier by 4 uur se kant bring ons vir hierdie wedstryd tussen die Windhoek Draught Griquas en die Leopards daar al die pad van Potchefstroom in Noordwes wat aan die ander wedstryd van hierdie Airlink Cup sal speel. Maar die momentum van hierdie wedstryd was deurlopend aan die kant van die Airlink Pumas wat natuurlik tweede geëindig het in die Curriebeeker kompetisie. Die Curriebeeker finaal het hulle verloor teen die Vrystaat Cheetahs daar in Bloemfontein. Maar verlede jaar 2022 toe was hulle die Curriebeeker kampioene van Suid-Afrika en daardie titel het hulle verower op hierdie einste veld van die Windhoek Draught Griquas in Kimberley.
Okay, with me here, the man of the match of the Airlink Cup between the Pumas, the Airlink Pumas and the Griffons, Ross Brody. Ross Brody, we've got Anel Marcia of the main sponsors to present you with your winner's check and your trophy. Ross, incredible game by you guys today. You did what you needed to do to make sure that you play in that cup final at home next week. How do you feel the performance went today?
I think the boys did really well today. I think we had a plan and we executed well. I think there's still a few things we need to work on before the finals next week, but I think we are very happy with the performance and now we can build on this.
And your own game, few people know that you made a turn over in Canada, played a bit of international rugby for them, came back to South Africa. You've got an opportunity at the Pumas now. How are you enjoying your time there?
Yeah, I'm very thankful for the opportunity Coach Jimmy gave me with the Pumas. I had a lot of fun in Canada and got some good experience there, but it's lovely playing in my home country before family and friends.
Thank you very much, Ross, and all the best for next week's game.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Captain of the Airlink Pumas, Shane Kirkwood, wonderful display by you guys this afternoon, and you did what you needed to do, especially the big game coming up next week.
Yeah, I think the boys put up a good show. I mean, we had a plan before the game. The boys stuck to the plan. Here and there's still a mistake or two, one or two line-outs and the mauls we need to work on this week. And yeah, but yeah, just well done to the Griffons. They also tried their best.
And a very clinical performance by the team today, and it just looked like there was a sense, if a mistake gets made on the field, there was never any panic, any stress, and you just corrected the mistake and converted it into points.
Yeah, I think that's something we had to work on. I mean, the guys started panicking the past two games when there was a mistake or two, but yeah, this week we just said the mistake, we're going to try to fix it, and yeah, so we worked hard on that.
And it is confirmed that you guys will be facing the Griquas next week in the cup final, the Windhoek Draught Griquas. In Nelspruit, you must be looking forward to that because there is a beautiful rivalry between these two teams.
Yeah, no, Griquas and the Pumas always a massive game, very physical. But yeah, we're looking forward to next week, especially in Nelspruit. So yeah, looking forward to that one.
Thank you very much, Shane, and all the best for next week. Dondre Delport, not the result that you guys wanted. You were playing for perhaps being able to play in that cup final next week. But there were some positives out the game, but a lot of work on heading into next week.
Yeah, firstly, just want to give the God all the credit. And yeah, disappointing, but credit to Pumas that played really well. I think they set the standards for us. At this level, you can't make this much mistakes. And yeah, we just have to go back home and yeah, fix our mistakes. I think it's a focus thing. And then yeah, go back next week and try again.
You mentioned on the focus thing, and discipline's also going to be one of those key areas, but the Pumas also only allowed you guys to play as good as you did.
Yes, and yeah, you can't play rugby defending, and I think there's where the discipline comes in, try playing them their half, then they stand over a penalty, they allow them back in our half, and yeah, like I said, you play rugby with the ball, and you can't score tries without the ball, so yeah, credit to Pumas.
Thank you very much, Dondre, and all the best for next week's game against the Leopards. So I need to grab this one again.
Sê vir u welkom hier so by die Airlink beker se rugby hier in Kimberley. Dit is die derde ronde. Die volgende wedstryd die vind plaas tussen die Windhoek Draught Griquas en die Leopards. Al die pad daar van Kimberley van Potchefstroom verskoning in die Noordwes provinsie. As ons kyk na die Griquas span, hou gerus dop vir die kaptein Janko Uys en dan in die voorry Janu Botha en Dlamini en dan ook Ketane en Albert Liebenberg op die slot, Neil Otto, Karl Els en Laurens Oosthuizen. Hulle gaan die agterste driehoek van die voorrye vorm. En dan sit sy weer Swartboy. Hy maak natuurlik sy debuut vandag vir hierdie Griquas span. Eduard Fouché staan hy ook bekend. Man wat daar van Afrikaans hoor in Pretoria kom. JC Nel en Sangu Kamlashe, hulle is die senterpaar. Titus, Hoefke en Maart, hulle vorm die agterste driehoek vir hierdie Griquas span. En dan op die bank sit David Stourant, Panda, Shoblom, en dan Smit nommer 20 op sy rug, Bobby Alexander, en dan die veteraan van Griquas rugby, George Whitehead en Saku Makata, wat natuurlik speel in die nommer 23 try. En dan die van die Leopards, hou maar gerust op vir Robbie Leibrand. Hy is 'n hakker wat al baie goeie ervaring opgedoen het. Ruben Dreyer 1,93, 105 kg staan hy in sy sokkies. En hou maar gerus ook dop vir Henry Peer Swart. Hy is in die nommer 8 try vandag. Die agterspelers Ryan Smith, Lionel April, hy speel natuurlik vroeër vanjaar in die nommer 15 try vir Tuks in die Waastie beker. Chart Benadi en Werner Skuman, hulle sal die senterpaar vorm. En dan ook kan ons kyk na die heel agter, Gilroy Philander, en die reserves Mansfield, Ruben de Plessis, en dan ook in die nommer 23 try André Grobler. Hou hom ook gerust op, en ook vir Hardes Pretorius, hulle behoort almal speelkans te kry. En dan word hier natuurlik 'n groot gejuig vanaf die paviljoene, as daar die Windhoek Draught Griquas span op die veld draf in hulle wit treye vandag. En hulle is ook natuurlik die voorlopers op die punteleer in hierdie Airlink Cup. Saam met my in kommentaar, gebruiklik Morgan Peak. Welkom, jou indrukke.
Thank you very much, Audrey. I think this is going to be a cracking game. Yes, the Leopards do play in the second division, and the Griquas play up in the first division, but it's going to be a thriller. There was a late change, Audrey, on the team of the Griquas, where Janu Botha was ruled out after taking a shot to the face last night. So Eddie David starts at the loose head prop, Kebo Glamini moving over to tight head, and Leon Lyons comes onto the bench for the Peacock Blues.
net so binnekant die kwartgebied van die bal grond. Maar is toch Swartboy. Hy wag vir hom. As hy hom dan uitspeel. Gaan weer 'n fase opset deur die Griquas. Dan bring hulle hom terug. Eddie Fischer.
Audrey, I'm always very, very eager to see what the Leopards can produce in rugby. They have got such a rich history and really one of those teams that deserves to play in the Premier Division of the Currie Cup more often. And it's very interesting to see what they will bring this season, especially with the new coach Eric Herbert taking over from Andre Pretorius earlier in the year. Eric Herbert himself, a fantastic fly-half, played for the Griffons for many, many years. One stage held plenty of Currie Cup records with the boot.
Ja, hy het natuurlijk ook vir die Vrystaat gespeel. In die vroege 90's. Maar hy hou seker nog steeds 'n hele paar Suid-Afrikaanse records, Eric Herbert.
You see the first scrum of the match there. In the middle of the scrum there, Janku Ace. A very, very nuggety hooker indeed. Very powerful. Loves the contact. Loves the rough and tough. As we see the debutant, Xavier Swartboy. Normally sports a very big afro. Played for the CUT Ixias and the Varsity Cup for many years. Made a short little turn at the Sharks. But he's making his senior debut this afternoon for the Griquas as he beats his first scrum.
Goeie scrum deur die Griquas. Sal nog steeds met hom vorentoe gaan. Gaan na voordeel wees vir die Griquas. Ja, dit sê die skeieregter. Baie beslis. Baie goed geskram deur die einste Dlamini. Wat af oorgegaan het na die as Eddie Fischer nader geroep word.
Audrey, it's one of those things that you know you're going to get when you come to Kimberley is a very, very powerful pack from the Griquas. But I think since Pieter Berg has taken over the coaching, there's been a lot more emphasis on their pack and their physicality in the pack. And you can see it with the signing of players like the captain for today, Janko Ace, who feeds the line out there.
Ja, daardie bal was nie reguit ingegooi nie. Skeieregter sien dit onmiddellik raak. Ja, jy het nou gepraat daarvan, jy gaan hier 'n harde pak voorspelers kry in Kimberley. En hierdie einste veld was al die begrafplaas van verskeie spanne gewees. Die Griquas wat in 1899, in 1911 en in 1970 die Curriebeeker gewen het. Wie sal daardie dag in 1970 vergeet? Toe hulle die Noord-Transvaalers daardie tyd, vandag die Bulle, 11 punte teenoor 9. En 'n mens kan dit noem afgeransel het. Baie van daardie manne is in die onlangse verlede oorlede wat in daardie span gespeel het. Drie keer is dit Ryan Smith wat geleentheid gaan kry om die bal in te gooi vir die Leopards. April, hy sit hom op sy voet. Goed onder beheer gekry deur die Griquas. Beskikbaar, maar dan sy afgeneem deur die Leopards. Baie goeie rugby, Smith. Dan word hy gespeel na Chart Benadi toe. Nou sien die hande van een van die groot manne, Ruben Dreyer. 105 kilogram. Daar die bal kom stadig uit, daar word gewys vir die skeieregter, hy moet kyk wie maak daar die bal stadig. Smith, dan sy in die hande van Philander, en dan word daar 'n man geklop aan die buitekant, en dan sy in die hande van Frederik de Tooy, gaan hy om sy man kom, maar die verdediging is daar, bal is beskikbaar vir die Leopards, en was daar die bal uit gewees? Nee, sê die skeieregter, onkant spel aan die kant van die Griquas. Smith met 'n vinnige tikskoppie.
No, a bit lucky to escape with that one there, Audrey. It looked like it was a call else. Was it Albert Liebenberg coming in from the wrong side there for the Griquas? One could almost think that that might have been slightly cynical, but the referee happy to let that one go in his game. The last thing we want to see is a player going off to the naughty chair 5 minutes into a game.
Ja, die manne van die Leopards, hulle wil kyk of hulle nie kan 'n 3 druk nie. Leibrand, hy sal graag sy springers wil vind.
Yeah, Audrey, you and I both know another Roby. They're always honor karakters. But Roby Leopards, a very, very good hooker. I really rate his play.
Ja, die bal gaan verloor, daar so Griquas wat van hom afgeneem het. Skeieregter gaan vir hulle terugroep. Lyk dit was so 'n aanslaan geweest. Ja, die skeieregter sê nee, hy was tog uit geweest. Weer kry die Wes-Transvaalers, soos hulle vroeër in die verlede bekend gestaan het, die Leopards vandag geleentheid om daardie bal in te sit. Natuurlik 'n Unie wat in 1920 gestig is. En dan teen hierdie Griquas, hulle bestaan al van 1886 af. Die Unie wat natuurlik selfs ouer is as die Vrystaat Cheetahs.
A lot of Springboks have gone through them as well, Audrey. Think of a Robert de Preer, Andre Pretorius, those kinds of players.
Bal is beskikbaar aan die kant van die Leopards. Mafu wat die bal daar beskerm, ons het die einste Mafu wat vir hom optel. Nog beskikbaar, nou sit Leibrand. Hy kom so by 'n man of 2 verby, stel hom weer beskikbaar. Hierdie keer is dit Mati wat vir hom wag. Hy wil hom wyd speel, maar dan gaan hy aangee byna verlore. Maar goed gered, hierso deur Frederik de Tooy. Ryan Smith, en dan speel hulle hom wyd, oorslaan aangee. Ons het die einste, Philander, is daar spasie aan die buitekant vir April. Dan word daar 'n speler uitgeboener deur Dylan Mart van die Griquas. Dylan Mart natuurlik ook 'n debutant vir hierdie Griquas span vandag. Maar Morgan, hierdie manne van die Leopards, hulle wil hardloop met die bal. Dit wys hulle.
Audrey, it's a tough road to drive from Potchefstroom to Kimberley, so they don't want to waste their time here. And they've put the Griquas under pressure, and I'm really glad that they've done that. There's one way to get points on the board, and it's putting your opponents under pressure, especially if they're a much more fancied unit than yourself.
Dis 'n uitstekende geleentheid vir die Leopards, en dan sit hulle wat eerste oorgaan, die einste Lionel April.
As you see that line out there, not going to hand. Pops out in the contact here. And it just gets scooped up so easy. One can't say against runner play, but April just being in the exact right spot at the right time. Darts over for the opening score. And boy, we would have thought that the Leopards would be leading this game after 8 minutes, 5-0, with the conversion to come.
Daar die Leopards wat daardie bal wat vorentoe gespat het van Laurens Oosthuizen af in daardie aanval van die kant van die Griquas opgepik het. Dan sy die loskakel. Lionel April, hy maak ook nie 'n fout met 2 punte nie. Hy jaag die telling op na 7 punte vir die Leopards.
Very interesting kick that, Audrey, because it looked like it was going to go past the left-hand upright and it just curled back in, very much like my drive off the tee at the golf club. But he adds the extra 2 and that's all that counts. And all of a sudden the pressure is on the home team a little bit. They are in the final, but they want to go into that final next week with some momentum. And the easiest way to lose momentum is by losing a game.
Afgeneem deur die Griquas, maar die skeieregter die sê dit was 'n aanslaan.
Yeah, good feed area of the field for the Leopards to have a scrum, Audrey. They are in their own territory, yes, but they've got options both left and right. I fancy a little dart down the sideline there. Turn the Griquas around, put them under a bit of pressure. Decision making with this will be key, and a lot of that responsibility will be in the shoulders of that man that just scored the try, April.
Ja, dit was die eerste skram van hierdie wedstryd gewees. Eddie Davids, Janko Eis en Lamini baie goed geskram. Wat gaan in hierheen gebeur? Ryan Smith, weer 'n goeie skram aan die kant van die Griquas. Maar die bal is tog onder beheer gebring. April wat hom weer die blou lig injaag van Kimberley. Hierdie keer is dit Oefke wat onder hom inseil. Pragtige teenaanval, hy klop 1 of 2 manne. Dan speel hy hom na die binnekant toe. Die kantlyn die wat wen.
Now Cameron Hofke, of course, the man that made his Griquas debut a couple of weeks ago there in Welkom. one of their new signings. There's a lot of excitement about this youngster. A lot of the outside backs that they've brought in. There's another man that's also on debut today, Dylan Mart, comes from Boland Cavaliers, was in the Springbok setup there in Stellenbosch a little bit. He's on debut this afternoon as well on the right wing. Can't wait to see that man get the ball in hand because I believe he's got plenty of pace to burn. Cameron Hofke just showed how much pace he's got and he did ask some questions of the defence.
Hooggerang deur die Leopards. Beskikbaar. As Ryan Smith nader gedraf kom, skiet hy hom uit na April toe. April jaag hom weer die hemelruim in. Onder die bal en is die debutant. Nou is dit Eddie Forshey. Hy gaan hom nie uitkry nie, jaag hom middenveld af. Eers so dartel loopie en dan so kort skoppie vorentoe. Na die buitekant toe gespeel. Gaan Griquas met 'n teenaanval begin. Opgehou daar so deur Mafu. Bal wat losspat en dan spat hy tog uit aan die kant van die Griquas. Beskikbaar vir Griquas. Dan is dit Swartboy. Nou speel hulle hom na die buitekant toe in die middel deurgebreek. Goeie aangee na die binnekant toe. Baie goed beskerm daar die bal, maar dan is dit tog die aangee wat verlore gaan.
That doesn't look good on the Griquas side there. Audrey looks like a player of the knee. Found it a hard part of the field, very dusty there. Referee immediately calling a whistle and the EMS service is over. Player seems to be in a lot of pain there, just trying to see exactly who that is. It's not Neil Otto. Neil Otto is joining the huddle there.
Ons kan nie heeltemal sien wie lê daar op die grond nie.
Dis Albert Liebenberg.
Kan Lawrence Oosthuizen wees.
Oosthuizen. Big blow there. Shimla captain the team on a couple of occasions in the Varsity Cup this season. He's in a lot of pain and not the way he'd want to start his career at the Griquas.
Ja, en dit was op daardie harde gedeelte van die veld gewees. Lyk amper soos 'n cricket golfblad. Daardie stukkie van die veld.
Player affectionately known as Flum, one of the fastest blindsiders in South African rugby, Audrey. He's only just starting to make his name in senior rugby, but it's such an exciting prospect.
Ja, daai het soos 'n knie gelyk.
Yeah, look at all that dust bursts up there as he gets tackled. Fell very badly there.
Ja, dis nooit 'n mooi gesig as die noodlop mense op die veld verskyn met daai karretjie nie. Maar alle sterkte vir Lawrence Oosthuizen.
That's going to be a massive blow for their campaign because they have put a lot of high hopes on his career here in Kimberley. But having said that, Audrey, they also do have the likes of a Thabo Mdamandi, who is also just as an exciting open or blindsider as Oosthuizen. Let's hope it's not too serious, that it's just something minor as opposed to something more serious like an ACL.
Ja, en soos ons vroeër gepraat het, as dit nie vir hierdie Airlink Cup was nie, het hierdie manne van Julie maand af geen rugby gespeel tot en met Februarie van 2024 nie. Danksy aan al hierdie borge wat veroorsaak het dat hierdie 4 spanne teen mekaar kan speel. Maar ongelukkig vir Lawrence Oosthuizen. Kom ons hoop alles met daardie besering loop goed af. Ryan Smith, hy gaan die bal weer insit. Goeie skram weer van die Griquas kant af as hy uitkom. Smith wat wegbreek met die bal na die klein kantjie toe. April wat hom nie heeltemal onder beheer kan kry nie. Werner Skumandi is onmiddellik by en dan word daar weggebreek deur Chris Vermaak. Hierdie keer sê die skeieregter nee. af op die bal gespeel deur die Griquas.
That was really good work there by the Leopards, Audrey, because they were at one stage in a bit of danger of perhaps conceding or turning over possession. But they win the penalty, and I'm absolutely correct call here by April to take a crack at goal. First, it winds down the clock again, and then secondly, it can extend the lead by a further 3 points and put even more pressure on the home side.
Ja, dit sal interessant wees in terme van die punte leer as die Leopards hulle neuse kan voorhou. Pumas wat natuurlik in die voorafgaande wedstryd met die Griffons afgereken het.
Yeah, Audrey, and another thing is if they manage to take this lead and build up a substantial lead, they're going to have to close out the game. We saw that in round 1 in Valcom, where they raced to a 20-0 lead against the Griffons, and then they ended up losing that game in the second half.
Ja, April maak nie 'n fout nie. Hy hou die telbord aan die beweeg, voeg die 3 punte by. 10 punte speel 0.
But one also has to remember that this Griquas side is good enough to mount that comeback, and that team, they just need to get their names on the scoreboard, and then they can open up those floodgates very quickly and very easily.
Goed onder beheer gekry deur die Leopards, maar afgeneem in die verdediging. Nou is dit Swartboy wat daar wegbreek. Baie goed deur die loskakel. Forshee grond toe gebring deur nommer 13 Werner Skuman. Vinnige bal, goed. Griquas nog steeds in beheer van daardie bal. Dlamini, of is dit Davids? Nou is dit weer die Leopards wat afneem, en dan zijn die hande van Mati. Mati speel hom wyd op die voet gesit. En dan is hy die kantlyn wat wen. Ja, dit is so een vir jou, een vir my, Morgan.
That's what it is at the moment, and it is just the Leopards that are just making a little bit better use of those opportunities. We saw that first try there's come from a turnover following a line out. So the Griquas want to get this right, and what happens after the line out, also very important to get that right. Great catch there as they try and get the ball, but it looks like it might have been sacked. Referee says no. Ball turnover.
Daar is al net so 1 of 2 telefoonnummers wat uitgeruil word.
I can guarantee you they're not asking each other what the weather's like outside. But it's absolutely minor. Referee happy to let play carry on. As we see Smith waiting for this scrum to settle so he can feed. The Griquas are going to want to put in another big shove. Yeah, Audrey, they are under the pump a little bit, trailing this game unexpectedly after 15 minutes.
Ja, interessant. Lloyd April met die 11 try van die Leopards. Hy het ook ingekom hier agter die loskakel, so daardie kant is heeltemal oop. So hulle gaan definitief met hierdie bal hardloop, maar baie goeie skram deur die Griquas. Dan word daar weggebreek aan die klein kantjie. Baie goeie werk deur Mafu. Uitstekend deur die Leopards gespeel na daardie goeie skram van Griquas. Weer beskikbaar Smith. Dan sit Vermaak weer grond toe gebring. Smith, en nou is dit Henry Persart. Daar die speler lê in die pad daarso. En dan word daar na die pale toe geskepskop. Of soos jy sê, Morgan, jou dryf op die 3de by Bloemfontein Golf Club.
I think at least on the 3rd at Bloemfontein Golf Club hit the ball a little bit better than that. Audrey, but I just cannot imagine how the Leopards came away with that ball after that scrum in any legal fashion, because that was a monster scrum by the Griquas, and they'll probably feel a little bit aggrieved that they didn't get anything more out of that. But hats off to the team from Poch for getting away with that, turning the pressure back on the Griquas, working away all the way up the field, and smartly attempting that drop goal while there's a penalty advantage, so they at least know there's something to go back to if all else fails.
Ja, dit was 'n uitstekende stukkie spel aan die kant van die Leopards. Chris Vermaak, AP Swart, die 8ste man, en dan natuurlik Mafu. Hulle laat hulle baie goed geld in hierdie wedstryd sover. Maar is April. Hy gaan aan Lepale toe. Al die punte in hierdie wedstryd, 10 punte, die staan agter sy naam.
Audrey, credit to them for getting this penalty and taking that penalty. But I just wonder with the angle of this penalty, wouldn't it have been slightly better just to opt to go for that corner flag? You are leading 10-0. Carry on putting that pressure on your opponents, and nothing's going to rattle the Griquas more than if they concede another 7 points before the 20th minute of this game.
Ja, dit mag natuurlijk April wat vorentoe kom. Tref hom goed. Hy maak nie 'n fout met daardie 3 punte nie. En net om terug te kom na jou punt toe, Morgan. Jy sê dit kan natuurlik die Griquas so 'n bietjie deurmekaar maak, maar ek dink hierdie 3 punte selfs 13-0 na 18 minute se speeltyd wat verstreke is. Kan hulle ook deurmekaar maak as Eddie Forsier weer die spel begin. Die eindsta April, hy gaan kyk of hy die kantlyn kan opsoek. Bal op net aan die binnekant van die speelveld en dan sy tog beskikbaar vir Griquas as sal weggebreek word, maar die verdediging, Chris Vermaak is onmiddellik by vir die Leopards, afgeneem deur Chart Benadi, nou is dit Leibrand, dan sy in die hande van DG Swart, dan word hy vinnig wyd gespeel, is hy April daar, en dan word hy onderskep, pragtig deur die Griquas, en daar trek die Griquas, is dit Dylan Maart, die debutant, dit lyk soos hy het daar op van die bal gelees, soos verlede week sy huisgenoot.
Looks like that might be Cameron Hufke, Audrey. But that's exactly what the Peacock Blues needed. Very much against the run of play there. That ball being picked up beautifully, well read there by the outside back, showing a lot of pace to dart over for the try. And it is Cameron Hufke scoring there with Eddie Forsier to try and add the extra 2 and get their way back into the game. As far from being over and done and dusted for the home team, but that was a very important score for them just to get the momentum going in the side again.
Ja, die momentum aan die kant van die Leopards, maar dan sit Cameron Hofke, wat natuurlijk alle spel kom bederf. Die man daar van Charlie Hofmeyer, hoërskool Charlie Hofmeyer, in die Bolandse wêreld, wat sy rugby nou hier in die Noord-Kaap speel. So Eddie Forsier gaan kyk of hy die 2 punte kan byvoeg.
I must say, I was very surprised that Eddie Forsier allowed that ball to bounce. He's a far more experienced and better player than that, Audrey. It's one of those things, you just don't let that ball bounce if you absolutely have no other choice to. But it worked out beautifully for the Griquas as we see the first water break in the first stanza.
Op 13 punte vir die Leopards, 7 punte vir die Windhoek Draught Griquas, 20 minute van hierdie eerste helfte, die is reeds verstreke. Waterbreek 38 grade Celsius. Hier so in Kimberley. Die 3de ronde van hierdie Airlink Cup.
Very important score there by the Griquas, because I can tell you now the message going down to the Griquas, Peter Bath wouldn't have been overly happy with what he's seen. It's not that they've been playing bad rugby, but they've allowed the Leopards to play their rugby, and there's the big difference, Audrey. And you've got to give it to the Leopards. Every single opportunity they've had in their opponent's 22, they've turned it into points.
Ja, en ons het vroeër gepraat van hierdie Leopards, Morgan. Groot name wat al daardie groen en rooi trui oor hulle koppe getrek het. Het vroeër die naam van Robert de Pre genoem. Flip van der Merwe, die legendariese Springbokstad. Hy het ook op 'n stadium vir die ou voormalige Wes-Transvaal gespeel.
Another guy that we don't mention enough is a guy who wasn't quite a Springbok, but he played his 400th senior rugby game last night, Brock Harris of Western Province. Also a very astute inside centre if he gets given the opportunity to run off the shoulder or the fly off. John Dobson and I are having a bit of a laugh at that on the week. But credit where credit's due. Any prop that plays 400 senior games is doing something absolutely right in his personal body management.
Ja, die voormalige Wes-Transvaal, nou die Leopards, hulle was ook maar 'n fabriek vir baie van die groter provinsies, 'n man wat ook natuurlik vir die Springbokke gespeel het, Dion Oosthuizen. Hy het ook sy rugby natuurlik daar in Wes-Transvaal aanvanklik geleer. Eers vir hulle gespeel en later vir die Bulle en toe vir die Springbokke. As April weer spel gaan begin van die middelkolletjie af, diep ingeskop hierdie keer. Teenaanval, maar deur 2 manne verby gehardloop. Deur die einste JC Nel met sy 1,92 meter staan hy in sy sokkies. Nou is dit die Griquas, hulle wil nou met daardie bal speel. Swartboy terug na Fouché toe. Hierdie keer jaag Fouché vir hom aan die oorkant van die veld uit.
Yeah, the person also sometimes forgets that the Leopards is also a bit of a feeding machine for the Namibian international rugby team. A lot of the Velvitches, or Bolton Bura as others like calling them, go and ply their trade in Potch. They study there, learn a bit of rugby, and then they end up playing in World Cup rugby. Chucky van der Weste is in one of them, played in his 3rd World Cup. He's only just turned 28.
Ja, op daai ouderdom al 3 wêreldbekers te gespeel het. Dis op sigself 'n prestasie. Hoë gerank deur die Griquas. Goeie verdediging deur Chris Vermaak, maar beskikbaar vir Swartboy as hy hom na die diskant toe bring, oorslaan aangee. Nou is dit Fouché. Dan word hy na die binnekant toe gespeel, maar die kantlyn wat wen.
Now these Griquas outside backs are starting to ask some questions, Audrey.
Ja, dis so asof Griquas so stadig maar seker hulle momentum begin terugkry na daardie 3.
It's almost crazy to think that Cameron Hufker, Dylan Mart and Marquin Titus have all made their debut for the Griquas within the last 3 games, and they've just slotted in absolutely seamlessly, taking over from the likes of Luther Obies and these kind of things, and those are big boots that they're stepping into.
Absoluut. Deurgedryf deur die Griquas. Swartboy hou hom met die voorspelers. Goeie verdediging deur Mafu, maar hy kry nie sy hande op daardie bal nie. Steeds die Griquas wat met 'n aanval begin, dan word daar oor sy kop gespeel in die hande van Maart. Hou die bal mooi beskikbaar, weer beskikbaar aan die kant van Griquas. Nou is dit Smit wat sy hande daarin sit. Fouché, nou is hy by die groot manne. Word as hy een keer gerol, word al vasgehou na die bal. Sy weer Swartboy. Weer ingeneem vir Griquas in die kwartgebied van die Leopards binnekant toe vasgesteek deur Fouché. En dan word hy aan die binnekant toe gespeel. Is hy hoor daar? So ja, sê die skeieregter. Die tweede 3 van die Griquas, die is op die bord.
Looks like it might have been Swartboy that scored that try there. Just want to confirm exactly who that was. But I told you, Audrey, once you get this Griquas team a sniff, they get on the board, they know how to open the floodgates. And that was a very important score to try and level matters. Or actually take the lead, I apologize.
Ja, as Fouché suksesvol is met hierdie skop.
Looks like it was a little number 9 there. Swartboy there, ball in hand, offloading to Ace. Ace driving forward. But really good ball retention and circulation there. And Swartboy getting the line. He darts over, gets pulled down in front of the line. But enough momentum to go over as Eddie Fouché adds the extra 2 points.
Ja, om op te bied. Jou eerste punte vir jou provinsie aan te teken. Uitstekend is hy weer Swartboy. Ja, na 24 minute se speeltyd. Windhoek Draught Griquas skielik voor. En nou sal die Leopards nie weet wat het hulle getref nie.
Audrey, the only message that they should have been discussing under those posts now is like, guys, let's do what we did in the first 20 minutes. We've only let this one slip in the last couple of minutes. Let's do what we started doing.
Goeie inskop deur April. Dan sit weer JC Nel wat hom opneem. En nou is dit weer die 3 drukker. Hy sit hom op sy voet. Onder beheer gekry deur Philander. Ryan Smit. Nie goed onder beheer kry nie. Is daar die bal vorentoe gespring? Ja, sê die skeieregter. Dit was 'n aanslaan gewees. Dylan Maart, gelyk soos hy.
Audrey, I think that was maybe a little bit unlucky. I think that went down to ground and then bounced forward. But a big hit coming in from the former Griquas captain there, Neil Otto. Of course, represented the Ikeys in the Varsity Cup. I don't think Smith really knew what hit him when Otto put that tackle in, but it worked out absolutely favourably for the Leopards, and it gives them a bit of momentum, and maybe it's just what they need to try and regain the ascendancy in this game.
Ja, Neil Otto natuurlik nie die langste man op die veld nie, maar 1,84, 112 kilogram staan hy in sy sokkies.
It's a big boy for a guy that's only that tall, Audrey. Very powerfully built.
Ja, man wat natuurlik ook vir die Pumas voorheen gespeel het. Ryan Smith.
Indeed.
Charpenadi binnekant toe gebreek, aan sy nog in die hande, nou sit Skuman. Goeie meters gewen deur die Leopards. Ryan Smith, hy verander die rigting. Nou sit Mafu. Bal word bietjie stadiger gemaak deur die Griquas. In die hande van Swart. Ryan Smith, hy kommandeer sy troepe. Nou sy in die hande van DG Swart. Swart hou van vast daar op die grond. Sien die skeieregter dit nie aan sy tog beskikbaar. Verander van rigting, Philander. Sy pale word vir hom gelig. Weer na dieselfde rigting toe. Nou is dit Lloyd April. Goeie loopie deur April as hy grond toe gebring word. Weer is dit Ryan Smith, dan sit Swart wat vorentoe beer, net voor die doellyn word hy plat getrek. En nou sit Leibrand, maar hy verloor die bal vorentoe. Was dit 'n aanslaan gewees? Ja, sê die skeieregter wat op sy fluitjie blaas. Goeie verdediging aan die kant van die Windhoek Draught Griquas.
This is a quality you expect from a team that made a Currie Cup final a couple of years ago, Audrey. Yes, they may have lost that final on this very same ground 2 years ago, but it's that kind of defense, it's that kind of attitude, commitment and passion that got them all the way to their championship match.
Ja, morgen hier is klipharde provinsiale rugby tussen twee spanne, uitstekende rugby. Pieter Berg natuurlik die afrigter van hierdie Windhoek Draught Griquas.
And Audrey, dare I say it, you know, every single year there's always a discussion on what is the Currie Cup format going to be the next year. And what I would love to see, whether it works or not, is go with the English Premiership where they have all the teams playing against each other at least once. Give these teams the opportunity to play and measure themselves against the very best South Africa has to offer.
Ja, en die skare natuurlik, die deurwinterde getroue Windhoek Draught Griquas ondersteuners. Hulle is almal hier so vandag in Kimberley. Ondersteun hulle span.
You got to take your hats off to them, Audrey, in this heat coming down to watch the rugby support the team, support the sport, whereas they could have easily been sitting next to a pool. But I don't know, maybe Kimberley doesn't have water today, and that's why they've come down here. But you've got to give it to this Kimberley crowd for coming out and watching some thrilling rugby.
Ja, ons het vroeër gepraat morgen van die springbokke wat opgelewer is deur die Leopards, maar ook die van Griquas se kant af. Verskeie springbokke wat al hulle pad geloop het hier deur Kimberley.
Yeah, and some of them are World Cup winners as well. Victor Matfield, Willie Leroux.
Goeie skram, weer 'n slag deur die Griquas. Die skeieregter sê opgestaan. Hy gaan hulle laat oor vorm.
Audrey, you can see that difference that Vian de Pre, who is a Springbok himself, has made with this scrummaging unit of the Griquas. They've just taken it to the next level under his guidance. He was, of course, renowned for his power in the scrum, and you can just see what he's brought to this team.
Ja, en dit kon mense natuurlik ook gesien het in die Springbokke se wêreldbeker poging. Hulle skramwerk was uitstekend onder die bekwame hand van Dan Iman.
Like Don used to say, hy's 'n moeilike man in die oond. Both Viandepree and Iman were very difficult customers to deal with in the scrum.
Swartboy, hy gaan na die klein kantjie toe speel en dan speel hom na die buitekant toe, maar so byna gaan daar die aangee verlore.
Ja,
Skeieregter sê daar was 'n hand in die pad.
Yeah, they were playing on an advantage, Audrey, so it worked out well for them. But good initiative shown by them, targeting that blind side, looking for that space outside, and asking questions of the opponent's defence.
Ek moet sê, Swartboy maak sy debuut vandag vir hierdie Griquas span. Maar dat hy die oond baie vinnig skoon maak is nie altemit nie. Sover het hy 'n uitstekende wedstryd as 'n debutant.
Not just a debutant for the Griquas, Audrey, but a debutant for senior rugby. Because he did play for the Sharks, but that was back in the Supersport Challenge Cup a couple of years ago, which was pretty much the old Vodacom Cup. But this is, I think, taking it to the next level, and he's done it remarkably well.
Ja, Philander wat daar vir Werner Skoeman speel, dan sy in die hande van Frederik de Tooy. Ryan Smit, hy is dadelik by. Nou sy in die hande van Chris Vermaak. Weer is dit die skramskakel Ryan Smit. Weer is dit Vermaak wat sy kop aansteek. Nou sê die skeieregter, daar was nou op die bal gewees deur die Griquas. Vasgehou op die grond. En verligting vir Griquas. So vanuit hulle eie halfgebied uit.
Yeah, Audrey, I think they're just going to slow the game down here a little bit so that they can get themselves to dictate the pace of the game, which the Leopards have done quite well for the most of the game. So I think now they're just going to do it at their own pace and give themselves control.
Ja, nie Eddie Fouché se beste skop nie.
You see how slowly they were moving towards the line out, and it's not because they're tired. They just want to do it at their pace.
Ja, so van Eddie Fouché gepraat, sy Karibeker debuut in 2019 gemaak. Ingeneem deur die Griquas, probeer die rolmaalbeweging aan die gang kry. Dan is hulle nog steeds in beheer van hom, wen so 2 meter veld. Steeds dieselfde beweging, sê die skeieregter. Wys vir die Leopards spelers hulle moet omkom. En nou is dit Swartboy, klein kantjie toe, nou is dit Fouché, pragtig. Gee hy die bal en dan na die binnekant toe. Die tweede 3 vir Swartboy. Is dit Swartboy? Dis inderdaad Swartboy. Maar wat 'n baie goeie poging van sy kant. Speel die klein kantjie. Sy loskakel sien dit Eddie Fouché.
We see a big maul coming there by Griquas and the ball pops up, but Eddie Fouché, that offload there to Titus. Titus exactly where he should be, and then that ball pops back inside to Swartboy. I'll give Swartboy 5 points for the try, and I'll give him 10 for the dive. Wonderful work there by the debutant, scoring a brace of tries, and he will be smiling long after this game, and he'll certainly tell his grandkids about that try. As we see that beautiful shot there by the camera crew of Eddie Fouché lining up the kick on goal. You could see the angle to perfection. It looks like Smith has come off for the Leopards. Looks like it might be a bit of a ding-dong test. He's not looking too good. He's walking very gingerly. Good strike by Fouché. Splits the uprights, adds the extra 2 points. And the Griquas, after trailing 13-0, lead this game 21-13 with 13 minutes to play in the first half.
Ja, mens kan nie vir 'n beter droomdebuut gevra het. Xavier Swartboy nie.
Of course, he's a very versatile player as well. Audrey, it's not unknown for him to play at fullback or even play as the fly half. Always handy to have a player with that ability in your team. Gives you plenty of options as a coaching staff.
Prul die wat vir hom weer hoog laat hang onder die bal in, maar dan sy tog afgeneem deur Mafu. Nou is dit Mati. Hulle kry hom nie plat getrek nie. Oor die bal kom die Griquas. Skeieregter die blaas op sy fluitjie vir die aanslaan.
See how slowly that line out or the players get there. The Griquas trying to control this. Audrey, in the French Foreign Legion, they talk about the French Foreign Legion's march, which is not at the regular pace, it's the King's March. A lot of people say that's arrogance, but it's more the thing of we're doing it at our pace and dictating it.
Ja, as 'n mens daarna so kyk, Morgan, dan kan jy agterkom. Die momentum aan die begin van hierdie eerste, wil ek sê 10-12 minute was aan die kant van die Leopards, maar baie beslis die tweede helfte van 13 tot by 27 minute is dit net die Griquas. Weer 'n goeie skram aan die kant van die Griquas. Skeieregter blaas hard op sy fluitjie, skiet sy arm in. Griquas wat gestraf word hierdie keer.
Now I'm surprised to see them get pinned for that this time, Audrey. They've been doing it throughout the game, and I don't see what was much different there. They'll feel probably a little bit aggrieved by that one, but the Leopards will certainly look at this as an opportunity to try and get themselves back to within 1 point. You know, they've been doing so well up until a couple of minutes ago, and they'd want to finish this half. It has entered that golden period where a score now will give them a lot of confidence going into that second stanza.
Afgeneem deur die Griquas, in daardie lyn staan van die Leopards. Swartboy die wag vir hom. Gaan nog 'n fase opsit voor hy hom na sy loskakel Forsier toe gaan skiet. En dan gaan hy uit na Forsier toe wat hom op sy regtervoet sit. Bring verligting tot so net 1 meter buitekant die kwartgebied van die Griquas.
Audrey, I spoke to Swartboy a little bit earlier in the week, and he was telling me that he missed out in the first 2 rounds because he had a concussion, and he's only just passed his HIA protocol, and he said he was just so excited to be on debut, and the way he's playing, you can just see that excitement just being carried over.
Ja, die naamgenoot Robbie Leibrand, 25 op sy rug, vinnige ingooi, voor in die lyn staan, gewen deur die Leopards. Mafu uit te Barsou gespeel vir die Leopards. Sover Zanele Zungu. Nou is dit Mati. Hy wen so 2-3 meter, maar dan word hy weer 1 meter teruggeduik. Dan sê die skeieregter, daardie bal word vertraag deur die Griquas.
That's the last. Sorry, Audrey, but that's the last thing the Griquas are going to want to do now is start conceding penalties. You know, in their own 22, the clock winding down to half-time. This just gives the Leopards a crack on goal. It looks like April's going to take the 3 points, but it just gives them a bit of momentum, and importantly, they close that gap down to 5 points. If he's successful, which I'm sure he will be.
April gaan kyk of hy daardie 8 punte verskil net met 5 punte kan verminder. Redelike maklike skop op sy voet. Hierdie keer is hy nie so suksesvol soos hy graag wou wees nie. Jag vir hom regs van die reg op paal verby.
No, that's one he's going to want to raise on the Merrimee banks very quickly. You could even hear the crowd caught a little bit off guard with that one. Should be a regulation kick for the players at this level. But it happens to the very best. Nasboort has missed one right in front of the post before Audrey. So has Sias Everson. So it happens to some of the very best, and it's just important to carry on and get over it.
Forsier gaan hierdie keer diep. Zungu, hy speel hom uit na Philander toe. Philander die jag om die lig en op, die ou Gary Owen. Goed op die bal, dan is dit Mati. Weer in die hande, nou is dit Philander, dan sit April. Nie behoorlik raak gevat deur Mafu nie. Skeieregter sê daar was 'n aanslaan. Aan die kant van die Leopards, Mafu. Kevesi Junior Mafu, hy kon hom nie behoorlik raak vat nie.
It's a pity. It was a nice little passage of play there, Audrey. And just that final touch, not quite going to hand. They'd have loved to get a 7-pointer. Now put the pressure back on the Griquas. Well, it was a good Gary Owen there by the fullback Philander. Pinpoint accuracy.
Daar die Leopards, hulle sal so 'n bietjie wil vergoed vir hulle skramwerk. Want hulle het nog tweede viool gespeel die hele tyd in die skrams. Eddie Davids en Dlamini, Janko Huys, kaptein van die Griquas, uitstekend in daardie voorry. Weer 'n uitstekende skram aan die kant van die Griquas. Word hy agtergehou, Swartboy, maar voordeel word gespeel vir Shea. Nou sien die hande van, lyk soos heel agter, afgeneem deur. Ja, skeieregter gaan vir hulle terugroep vir daardie strafskop. Want dit lyk asof Lionel April seer gekry het.
Yeah, Audrey went down very funnily. I don't know if he just stepped wrong or something like that. Might be an ankle.
Ja,
almost like stepping in a hole or something there.
Hy het vroeër al so 'n bietjie krippel geloop. Het ek gesien, ek weet net nie of hy met 'n besering heeltemal speel nie. Maar hy het opgestaan. Forshey die gaan kyk of hy die kantlyn hier aan die diskant kan opsoek. Hy maak inderdaad so.
Now that left knee of April is heavily strapped. And he looks like he's struggling with that a little bit. But if he's happy to carry on and the physio is happy, I think they'll want to check that at halftime and just make sure it's not worse than what they would have thought.
Speeltyd in hierdie eerste helfte deur verstreek as Janko Huys die lyn staan voor, dan gaan hy uit na Forshey toe, JC Nel. Steeds in beheer van die Griquas, Karl Els, hy's goed op sy voete. Swartboy, Forshey, ou hulle om by die voorspelers, nog 'n fase wat hulle gaan afdwing, word hy opgehou deur die Leopards. Van sy voete af sê die skeieregter nie aanslaan nie. Stefan Smit. Klein kantjie toe. Is daar spasie, dan sit die agste man pragtig sy hande deur daardie gaping Karl Els. Dan is dit nommer 15 Hoefke. Wat pragtig oorgaan daar so in die oorkantste hoekie. Maar was dit nie Karl Els wat baie goed gespeel het met sy hande deur daardie gaping gekom het nie. Die bal na die buitekant toe aangegee het.
We see Hufka, the man that scored, does a halfback duties. Carl Els getting through the offloads to Mart. Mart doing some good work here, gets his hand above the tackle. Hufka coming in, but did he get the ball out? Wonderful work by the fullback. With milliseconds to spare, he got that ball grounded. Certainly Timo would have wanted to look for that, but I can tell you he scored that, and there was a fantastic try and great work by the camera crew to pick that score up as the Griquas extend their score to 26-13. The Hoots already haven't gone, and Eddie Forshey, the former Puma, lining up a shot on goal.
Ja, dit sal interessant wees. Daarin is beslis een vir die highlight reels. Maar dit sal interessant wees hoe skeieregters oor daarin sal debatteer. Het Hoefke beheer oor daardie bal gehad toe hy hom neersit, of het hy daardie laaste paar millimeters uit sy hande uitgeval? Maar die skeieregter die beslis. Dit is 'n 3. Sê die Forshey die paal bekyk. Hy maak nie 'n sukses van daardie skop nie.
You won't be too aggrieved by that, Audrey, because he does push the score up to 26. Well, the score remains at 26-13 on the stroke of half-time. The players going off for a well-deserved break in this heat. The Griquas leading the side, and they just want to continue this momentum to give themselves good confidence going into next week's Cup final in Nelspruit. We'll be back shortly with the second half.
was founded in 1936 and has a legacy spanning more than 70 years in improving workflows and workspace for global businesses. Rico understands that businesses today need a digital and IT partner to be competitive. Someone who has the vision, know-how and capabilities to challenge your processes and push your boundaries to constantly ensure you have the capabilities to deliver better customer and employee experiences.
At Rico, we are in the business of leading change at work. In practice, this means providing consultative and strategic support that helps our customers respond to the changing demands of the modern workplace. Whatever your digital journey, business size or circumstances, we can help you achieve your business goals.
Rico does it all: project management, change management, optimization consultancy, service management, rollout management, process analysis, integration and monitoring, implementation services, governance strategies, and fleet optimization. Motswako offers solutions, supplies and maintains the highly regarded Rico brand in Southern Africa. Among other things, they specialize in office imaging equipment, production printing solutions, document management systems, and IT services. Whatever your digital needs, your business size, or your circumstances, Motswako can help you achieve your business goals. They understand how people, workplaces, and technologies work and how to create a vision to meet every demand. They also ensure that change is positive for their clients' people and business. It fuels employee engagement, sparks innovation, improves security, and ensures sustainability.
Motswako is very privileged to be, since 2001, the biggest Rico independent dealer in Africa. We have got offices across the country and we underwrite the Rico products and the Rico values.
Rico and Motswako offer solutions, a full range of services to be more efficient at work and to make your business modern and sustainable.
It's a privilege to be here today to launch the Scania new buses for Citybus. Citybus being a partner of the Pumas for many, many years as a road transport sponsor and also the sponsor of our Coaches Association. I want to thank Jacques and his team for their support and wishing them all the best with the new buses. Thank you so much.
Tyres Group is gestig as Pongola Tyres, maar na hulle landwyd en tot in Afrika gegroei het, is die naam verander na Africa Tyres. Charles van der Merwe se eenmanssaak het gegroei tot waar hulle vandag tot 200 trok breakdowns per dag hanteer. Hulle lewer insleepdienste dwars oor die hele land en 10 Afrika lande. Wat ook al jy benodig, bande, meganies, insleep, enige iets wat fout kan gaan op 'n trok, sorteer hulle vir jou uit. Dan doen hulle ook natuurlik groothandelverkope van bande.
Africa Tire Call Center beskikbaar 24 uur, 7 dae 'n week, nasionaal en in 10 buitelande.
Daar het julle dit. Africa Tyres werk 24 uur elke dag, 7 dae 'n week, dwars deur die jaar met spanne wat permanent op bystand is om te verseker kliënte kry die vinnigste diens om hulle weer veilig terug op die pad te kry. Hulle is tans die enigste inbelsentrum in Afrika wat meganiese herstel, vervanging van bande en ook nog insleepdienste op 'n trok kan doen. Waar ander fokus op net een aspek, doen hulle letterlik alles vir hulle kliënte. Verder bestuur hulle ook hierdie moderne veilige vragmotorstop op Pongola, met alle geriewe wat nodig is vir bestuurders om uitgerus weer die lang pad aan te pak. Africa Tyres se naam sê ook duidelik dat hulle nie net trokbande nie, maar ook 'n verskeidenheid kwaliteit kommersiële en passasiersvoertuigbande voorsien teen die beste pryse. Africa Tyres Group. Hulle groei op wat vir hulle en hulle kliënte werk, om prysgewys mededingend te wees en voort te bou op effektiewe insleepdienste om kliënte so gou en veilig as moontlik weer op die pad te kry. Hulle ondersteun private maatskappye en waar hulle kan, help hulle om kleiner besighede te laat groei en op so 'n manier loyale besigheidsverhoudings te bou om te verseker dat kliënte net die beste diens langs die pad kry.
Die kook is steeds 38 grade hier in Kimberley. Dis halftyd in hierdie derde ronde van die Airlink Cup. Die Griquas wat voorloop teen die Leopards 26 punte teenoor 13. En dit sou interessant gewees het om 'n vlieg teen die muur te wees in daardie kajuitraad van beide die Griquas en die Leopards. Van wat is daar gesê? En Morgan, hoe sou jy hierdie wedstryd benader het verder in hierdie tweede helfte as jy die Leopards was?
Well, Audrey, I would do exactly what I said at halftime or after halftime in the previous game. Just carry on doing what you did in those first 20 minutes. You did put the Griquas, the much more fancy Griquas, under the pressure. But I can also tell you that Peter Berg would be very happy with the comeback that his team made after them being under the pump. There's still a lot of work to be done by both teams in this game, and it's still really anybody's ball game. It's about who controls his opening exchanges the best.
Eddie Fouché wat die spel begin. En Rupier Swart. Hy het hom ingeneem. Man wat natuurlik daar op die hoërskool Vrynsburg gematrikuleer het. En dan word hy op die voet gesit, maar middenveld af. Bal wat eers so slag of wat op. Fouché wat onder hom ingaan. Hy sit hom op sy hotklou. Gaan hy grond vind? Ja, hy kry grond. Uitstekende skop. Deur die loskakel van hierdie Griquas span Eddie Fouché. En onmiddellik is dit die Griquas wat op die aanval is.
Now, it was a very good kick there by Fouché. He is such a seasoned campaigner, Audrey. Also one of those players that one feels could he have gotten further with a bigger union if he had that opportunity? But here comes a good counter-attack by the Leopards.
Mafu wat van grond toe geneem word, reg oor die lyn staan, gegooi maar afgeneem deur die Griquas, uit die hande geruk van 'n Griquas speler. En nou is dit die Griquas. Kan aan Lashe. Klein kantjie toe. Goeie verdediging aan die kant van die Leopards. Beskikbaar, Swartboy wat van wag. Forshee kort aangee, baie goeie raakvat. Is dit die kaptein Janko Huys? Nou is dit die JC Nel. Binnekant toe afgetrap. Steeds in besit van die Griquas. Probeer die fases opbou. Leibrand wat sy lyf daar so gehou het oor die bal. Nou is dit 'n skepskop. Links verby en ook nie die hoogte gehad nie.
No, not the greatest attempt there by Eddie Forshee, who's just singing his praises about being a seasoned campaigner, but rushed that one a little bit. He didn't clip it cleanly. But there is going to be a bit of a hold-up in play. I think it is a captain Janko Ace putting his boot back on. It slipped off there in the contact. But he's also had one of those typical busy Janko Ace days, Audrey.
Ja, Janko, hy is kaptein van hierdie Griquas span, klipharde rugby speler. Ons sien ook vir Ardus Pretorius, met die 22 try uit op die veld verskyn na rustyd. Lyk tog asof Lionel April af is met daardie besering, en Ardus Pretorius die losskakelposisie gaan oorneem.
Yeah, there is that silverware game next week, so rather not risk that, Audrey. You know, the Leopards aren't the biggest union and they don't always have that depth, so you don't want to lose your fly off and take unnecessary risks.
Kantlyn wat wen, eindstaarders Pretorius, wat net eenvoudig sy opponent daar by die kantlyn oortrek.
Now the bootlayer says we see Roby Leibrand waiting for the instruction to come. If you have a quick look, you might think that's Brock Harris, Audrey. Man, we were talking about a little bit earlier. Alumnus of Northwest University. Played as a pick back then, but now known as the Eagles.
Afgeneem deur die Griquas. Swartboy speel binnekant toe. Goeie verdediging deur die Leopards. Die speler moet wegrol daar. Weer Swartboy, Forshee wil skop en dan skop hy tog. Maar reg in die keelgat af van Zungwe. Nog steeds Zungu wat die bal in beheer het, maar goeie teendryf van die kant van die Griquas. Nou is dit weer die Leopards. Mafu, hy steek sy kop daarin. As die skeieregter op sy vletjie blaas en sê nee, daar was 'n oortreding gewees aan die kant van die Windhoek Draught Griquas.
I think the Leopards escaped there a little bit, Audrey, because they counter-ruck, how that ball popped out on their side. I can't imagine how that ball came out in any legal way. And it also looked like that player of the Leopards is holding a ball on the ground there. But a lucky break for them. They move into the danger zone. And now they're going to have to make this count. They are trailing by 13 points. They desperately want to get on the board to try and get that win back in their cells a bit.
Goeie aanvalsgeleentheid vir die Leopards. Hulle sal van hulle bal moet seker maak. Sou hoog opgegaan word deur Mati. Vinnige lynstaanbal. Leibrand wat omgedop word. Steeds is dit die Leopards en nou is dit die einste Ruben Du Plessis. As dit Du Plessis wat daar gaan oor gaan hy opgehou word. Skeieregter sê ja.
Yeah, very good work there by Du Plessis, Audrey, and I just love it when I see a Ruben score a try. That's of course for personal reasons, but very good defense there in the end by the Griquas to hold that ball up. You know, I don't want to say anything about the ref, but I'd just like to see refs maybe just to be a little bit more involved and active when teams go over the line. Just crouch a little bit, try and get in a little bit closer to see if that ball might not have been dotted down. But he has the best seat in the house, and he's there for a reason.
Nou is dit April wat 'n geleentheid gaan waag na die pale toe. Hulle die is onder die dwarslaat deur. Ja, natuurlik een van die nuwe reëls in wêreld rugby. As die bal opgehou word oor kan die doellyn, dan is dit 'n doellyn inskop in plaas van die 5 meter gebruikelike 5 meter skram wat in die verlede daar was.
You know, Audrey, when I had a look at that drop kick now by April, it just reminded me of a bloke that was at sporting school with me that would have said, there was no anticlimax gewees.
Pretorius, hy gee hom na die binnekant toe, oog in die lug en opgesit, dan sit Pretorius wat vir hom agterna sit, maar die bal wat op en dan sy tog beskikbaar vir die Leopards. En nou is dit die einste, Ruben Du Plessis wat weer vorentoe beer. Uitstekend Mati, hy word vasgevat, maar hy stel die bal beskikbaar. Zungu, meer dringendheid in die spel van die Leopards. Mafu, uit 'n Barsou gespeel vanmiddag, Zungu, dan sy in Philander Sane, nou sy in Chart Benadi. Weer beskikbaar, dan gaan die skeieregter vir hulle terugroep, onkansspel van die Griquas se agterlyn.
This is exactly what the Leopards would have wanted to have done in the second stanza, Audrey, is start taking control and dictating the pace of the game, and that's what they've been doing. We saw when the Griquas started doing that, they got in control of the game, and the Leopards are doing this at the moment as we see a couple of replacements coming on in the front row for the Griquas.
Ja, het is natuurlijk baie belangrik wat jy daar sê, Morgan, maar het is belangrik vir 'n afrigter ook, wat van sy spelers sal verwag, dat hulle deurlopend beheer van daardie spel sal wees, en dit nie net vir 15 minute of 20 minute doen, en dan is dit amper half asof hulle so oomblik gaan rus, en dan kom die ander opponente weer terug in die spel, nie?
Absolutely, Audrey. And as we see the shot being lined up on goal by the Leopards, which I think is quite a clever call by them. They've been doing a lot of play. They're not getting points on the board. 3 points is better than absolutely nothing, but it's 3 points closer to the end goal. But the Griquas are making another cool change, which I really like. It's a player I'm really, really fond of. Janko Ace has had a big game. He's led with Astute this afternoon. But I tell you what, Gustav Durant coming on at hooker now. Watch this player. He is one of those super subs. If I convert him to cricket terms, he's like Aiden Markram when he gets handed the ball to bowl a bit of off spinners. Those wickets do tumble when Aiden bowls. But Gustav Durant does that with tries. And sadly, we see Xavier Swartboy leaving the field in a bit of pain. So his debut has come to a premature end, and a very good one it has been indeed.
Ja, Zanele Zungu, plaasvervanger skramskakel vir die Leopards. Hy sit die 3 punte by, hy maak nie 'n fout nie. Fouché wat weer die spel begin. Goeie inskop, goed onder beheer gebring deur die Leopards. Mafu. En dan sê die skeieregter Mafu die bal op die grond vasgehou.
That's a very big turnover by the Griquas, Audrey. Neil Otto, he has had a monster game today, the former captain. And it's just when he seems not to have the captaincy, his game just goes to that next level. I know that he did ask to relinquish the captaincy. As you see, Gustav Durant there smiling, waiting for the ball to feed his first line out. Let's see what this guy does. Brings a lot of energy to the park, almost a bit like a Skulk Brits, but of course a lot younger.
Onder beheer gekry, kry die rolmaalbeweging aan die gang. Dan stop die Leopards om vir 'n oomblik. Daardie speler moet teruggaan na sy plek toe. Skeieregter het hom gewaarsku. Nog steeds onder beheer van die Griquas as hulle vorentoe gaan. Gustav Durant.
You see Bobby Alexander getting crunched in the tackle. He was the incumbent in the number 9 jersey at the Griquas, and providing that injury isn't too bad, I think Xavier Swartboy might have pinched that number 9 jersey going forward, Audrey.
Ja, hy het uitstekende debuut gehad. En weer wil die Griquas 'n rolmaalbeweging aan die gang sit, of gaan hulle die Leopards verras met 'n vinnige bal agtertoe? Ja, die rolmaalbeweging. Draught wat agter, Gustav Draught wat dryf met hom, hy is nog steeds onder beheer van die bal. As hy grond toe geneem word, dan is dit Draught wat uitgeneem word, lyk tog asof dit Zanele Zungu was.
Some good defense there by the Leopards, Audrey, because for all, they had no right to prevent that try from being scored because it was a really good maul by the Griquas, but good work by Zungu coming through the middle, which is perfectly allowed to do, hence it not being a penalty or sacking, and it is a turnover, that ball being forced out into touch. But some good tackle fight shown there by Draught, but he would have felt that he could have done a little bit better.
Weer diep ingegooi. Leopards het van onder beheer. Zungu. Die verligting is daar vir die Leopards. Maar daar is nog steeds die druk wat op hulle geplaas word deur hierdie Griquas span. Skare wat so 'n bietjie meer lewendig word in die proses.
It looks like it's Dylan Shawborn coming on for the Griquas as well. Audrey, this guy is a really, really good rugby player. He was missed by all the bigger unions. Pieter Berg found him, brought him over from the Korfsies. Played in that semi-final earlier in the year for the people in the royal blue jerseys.
Spasie aan die buitekant vir die Griquas. Gaan hulle oorgaan in die hoekie? Ja, inderdaad. Dit lyk soos Titus wat daar oor is, die linkervleuel. Maar van 'n vaste faset af is daar iets mooier in rugby.
It is indeed Marquim Titus going over there in the corner, Audrey. He's had very little opportunity in this match. He gets one shot, he takes a crack, goes straight for the corner, but look at this beautiful passing by the Griquas. Spread the ball wide without taking up too much space. Gives Titus some space on the outside, and he dives over the former Western Province man, Marty's winger, and it's another try for the Peacock Blues.
Cameron Hofke se naam moet genoem word. Sy balverspreiding Morgan uitstekend. Visie wat hy het, regtig van die nommer 15 posisie af.
He's had a very, very good game indeed. And if people that have been following the tournament remember back to a couple of weeks ago in Valcom, in that game where the Griquas edged the Pumas, he walked away with the Man of the Match award. On his debut, might I add, as we see that kick not conversion, or that conversion not successful by Fischer, and his score remains unchanged at 31-16.
Ardus Pretorius, plaasvervanger, loskakel. In die plek van Lionel April, hy gaan die spel weer begin.
As we see it, Cameron Hofke leaving the field now. He's had a really good day. As you mentioned,
Audrey. Die bal vorentoe deur die Griquas. Maar daar was eers 'n aanslaan gewees, wat die skeieregter sê, ek gaan julle terugroep.
Players almost look like they're running out of a bit of steam here, Audrey. Still 17 odd minutes to go in this game, but it is very hot. One can understand it a little bit. But also a lot of replacements have been made in the last couple of minutes, so that does halt the momentum slightly as they take the opportunity just to get into the stride of things.
Ja, die storemanne met hulle Griquas-truie, die sit daar so in die skare.
That's what you call a hardcore Kimberley, Audrey.
Met die vlag en die sambreel. Ruben du Plessis druk jy aan die loskopkant. Vir die Leopards.
A short arm there for the Griquas. They're going to just want to slow this down a little bit more, Audrey. This is very interesting. Looks like they've called for a scrum again. So they signaling their intentions quite boldly and loudly.
Ja, het sal baie interessant wees of Eddie Forsier hierdie bal veld af gaan jaag en of hy gaan kyk of hy die kantlyn kan opsoek, 'n bietjie presentasie rugby speel in die gebied van die Leopards. Word 'n teken nog so eenmaal gegee na sy skramskakel toe.
It's been quite an action-packed game thus far, Audrey, and just the last couple of minutes it has slowed down a little bit. You can almost hear the murmur in the crowd as Alexander comes away with the ball there at the base of the scrum.
Och, nie 'n goeie aangee nie, maar 'n baie goeie beweging deur die Griquas. Die gedagte was uitstekend geweest, maar dis Hardes Pretoria se verdediging wat hou vir die Leopards. Beskikbaar Forsier, hierdie keer gaan hy hom veld afjaag. Goed onder die bal in. Frederik de Tooy, hy sit hom op sy voet en nou moet daar die spelers uit die pad uitkom, anders nie binne die 10 meter radius nie. Skeieregter die is tevrede, beskikbaar vir Griquas. Forsier, hy gaan hom weer veld afjaag. As niemand agter vir die Leopards nie. Dan sit Mati wat gaan red. Hy kom so by een verdediger verby. Swak aangee. Die skeieregter sê nee. Bal is afgeklap in daardie beweging deur die Griquas.
Yeah, as well spotted there by the referee with all that excitement and that big hit coming in there on Philander.
Ja, dit is 'n baie interessante reël daai in wêreld rugby. Ek persoonlik dink dit is een van die reëls wat nou onder die loep geneem gaan word binne die volgende jaar of wat.
Yeah, there's certainly been way too many disruptive rules that have come in of late, as we saw at the Rugby World Cup there. So we've got to try and speed this game up, Audrey, and make sure that there's more ball and play time as opposed to stop-start affairs that we are seeing.
Reg oor die lyn staan gegooi deur die Leopards. JC Nel wat vir hom opgepik het vir die Griquas. Weer beskikbaar vir die Griquas. Hier's 'n bietjie spasie aan die buitekant. Dan word daar pragtig van 'n man ontslaag geraak. Weer is dit die Griquas grond toe geneem. JC Nel wat sy kop op kom insteek. Forsier kort aangee, plat aangee. Goeie meter of 2 gewen deur die Griquas. Weer beskikbaar en dan is dit die groot manne wat meters wil wen. Nou kom hy na die klein kantjie toe. Byna weer deur 'n gaping, maar beskikbaar. Forsier kort aangee, nog 'n meter of wat gewen word. Goeie momentum aan die kant van die Griquas.
Sango Makata on the field, former Blitzbook Audrey, plenty of space, very exciting players. You see Forsier going into the 22.
Ongelukkig is daar die aangee verlore van Forsier, maar Morgan, ek moet een pluimpie na die kant van Eddie Forsier gee. Dit lyk asof hy soveel tyd aan sy kant het en hy so berekend met sy aangee. Daar was weer 'n duidelike voorbeeld daarvan.
Absolutely, Audrey, and one's got to remember, if you just look at the bench, there's one George Whitehead sitting on the bench. I can understand why they're resting him because he is a senior player. He's been around the block. So a player like Eddie Forsier is always going to have that pressure. But what Peter Berg has done really well over the last season since Forsier has joined is he's used him at inside centre. And with the two of them playing together, they are absolutely magic. It's like when Zander du Plessis, everyone knew him as a fly-off. Piet Berg put him in at inside centre, and he just took his game to the next level. So I do feel that Forshia is maybe a better number 12 than a fly-half. And you can see he's running the game almost like an inside centre, if I had to give my 2 cents.
Ja, maar dit is, ek dink, wonderlik vir afrigters soos Pieter Berg om daardie spelers beskikbaar te hê.
Absolutely, and then they do bring that added bonus of having a well-educated boot where the success percentages are through the roof.
Ja, en terwyl ons die tyd het, daar's verskeie borge beskik wat deel is van hierdie toernooi, die Airlink Cup. Sonder daardie borge se betrokkenheid by so 'n kompetisie is dit byna onmoontlik om dit aan te bied. En vir hierdie 4 unies, die Leopards, die Griffons en dan die Griquas, sowel as die Griffons en die Leopards en die Pumas, sal dit net nie moontlik wees om so 'n kompetisie aan te bied nie. Telling hier in Kimberley, 31 punte speel, 16. Die Windhoek Draught Griquas 31, 16 punte vir die Leopards. Waterbreek, nog so 19 minute se speeltyd, 20 minute se speeltyd wat oorbly.
So it'll be interesting to hear what the message was that Eric Herbert sent down to the field for the Leopards, Audrey. There's 20 minutes left in this game. They only trail by 15. That's 2 converted tries, and they're right back in the game to make it a 1-point game. So I'd love to see the intensity that these youngsters, because they generally are a young team, because they normally get fed out of the university, Northwest University. So they'll have the stamina to carry on for the rest of this game in this heat.
Zungu, hy gaan hierdie skram voor. Weer 'n uitstekende skram van die Griquas, maar hy spat uit aan die kant van die Leopards. Beskikbaar vir die Leopards, Zungu wat weer vir hom wag. Is Hardes Pretorius in posisie. Ja, dit is tog Lloyd April. Soos hulle deesdae in rugby praat, die exit vanuit die kwartgebied is een van jou belangrikste aspekte van jou spel, of behoorlike Afrikaans, die uitgang vanuit jou kwartgebied is een van die heel belangrikste aspekte van jou spel wat oor en oor geoefen word. Die mens kon dit baie duidelik gesien het ook in die onlangse wêreldbeker morgen, of jy doen dit by wyse van 'n boxkick.
Yeah, very important indeed, Audrey, and equally important is the decision making around the exit. Just as important about what you're going to do. Are you going to go deep? Or are you going to do the box kick? You see that ball turned over. And I think this is an opportunity for the Griquas here to seal the game, Audrey. Add the extra 3 points, slow the game down, but they're going for the scrum. I think they've obviously got something they want to prove. And you look at Neil Otto there, closest to the screen in number 6 jersey. He looks like he's been through the trenches today. He's had a massive, massive outing.
Ja, hy het 'n uitstekende wedstryd vir hierdie Windhoek Draught Griquas gespeel. Met daardie stadig maak van die bal in daardie verdediging deur die Leopards. Is dit dan die Griquas wat die skram kies?
I suppose there is another way to slow the game down a little bit and also just sap a bit of energy of your opponents.
Ja, is JC Nel, hy het reg agter die skramstelling ingeneem. Forshia, die staan meer op 'n senterposisie nou. Maar hulle kan beide kante toe speel. En hierdie keer is dit die Leopards wat goed skram. Dan is dit Forshia. Dan word hy na die buitekant toe gespeel. Weer is dit die agste man Karl Els. En daardie aangeef gaan verlore afgeneem deur die Leopards. Zanele Zungu die wag vir hom. Nou sien die hande van die Leopards. Hulle probeer 'n meter of wat veld wen. Maar die bal is stadig. Weer Zungu. En nou sit Zungu wat hom op sy linkervoet self sit. Aanslaan, en dan is dit die Leopards wat die bal in die hande kry. Pragtige hardloop deur Werners, kom aan, gaan hy oor, gaan ja. 'n Fout aan die kant van die Griquas en is Werners, kom aan, wat dit uitbuit. En hy gaan reg agter die pale, die 3 druk. Uitstekend uitgebuit deur die Leopards.
That's a prime example of using the opportunity, Audrey, and this youngster, he almost looked like he was running on the spot, but deceptively quick. Reminds one of a slop chips or so, the way he was running, and just too much pace with those long strides of his. See that ball pop forward, picked up beautifully off the lasers. A galloping desert horse goes over for the try. The Leopards aren't going down without a fight, Audrey, that I can guarantee you, and they've just shown that with a wonderful score by the youngster.
Maar ek moet die pluimpie ook gee aan Zanele Zungu, met daardie skoppie van hom wat net aan die binnekant van die veld geval het. En dit het gelyk soos Dylan Maart wat aangeslaan het daar vir die Griquas. En toe is daardie fout uitgebuit deur die Leopards. En Werners Koeman die gaan kuier agter die pale.
Sanelli Zungu has had a very good game since he came on as replacement. Audrey, he's just added a different dimension to the attack and defense as well. He's put in a couple of very important tackles.
Ja, is interessant. Ons het in die week die gesprek gehad, Morgan, oor selfs op skole vlak, hoe gaan skole al hoe meer en meer gebruik maak van hierdie sogenaamde boxkick om uit hulle gebiede uit weg te kom. En daar was nou 'n baie goeie voorbeeld daarvan, maar dis nie iets wat jy deurlopend kan doen nie. As Fouché weer die spel begin. Pretorius. Hierdie keer jaag hy hom uit.
You know, Audrey, for the Griquas, it's going to be very important now, this period of play. It's approaching about 15 minutes left in the game, but it's going to be important for them to try and close this game out strongly. It is something that has bitten them hard in the past over the last season, and they're going to want to make sure that they can do it, because I can guarantee you that next week the Pumas aren't going to roll over in their own backyard.
Hierdie keer is hy afgeneem deur die Leopards. Pretorius, hy kry hom nie behoorlik onder beheer nie, dan sit tog die Griquas wat afgeneem het. Skeieregter blaas op sy fluitjie. Dink hy gaan hulle terugbring vir die aanslaan. Kyk eers so 'n slag dan na sy assistent skeieregter. Die eerste aanslaan deur die Griquas.
This is exactly what I was talking about, Audrey. These fine little things that they're going to have to get right in this period. We saw how easy the Leopards can get points on the board if they don't do the basics well.
Het sal baie interessant wees as daar nou 'n strafskop aan die kant van die Leopards kom. Bietjie nader na die pale toe van die Griquas wat hulle sal doen. Maar is die einste Zungu wat ons nou net van gepraat het. Hierdie keer sê die skeieregter, straf ek julle die Leopards. En die Zungu wat net te lank gewag het om daardie bal uit te haal. Daardie bal het deur kanaal 3 gekom in daardie skram.
And then they call for the shot on touch. Audrey, that's very brave decision. One would feel this time of the game. They don't have a massive lead, and maybe 3 points could have put them in better stead going into the final 10-minute period. But they've obviously got confidence, and maybe not a bad idea to try and get this. I don't think it has particularly worked that well for them. We saw a couple of lineouts where they should have perhaps been able to maul over, which they haven't done.
Het sal interessant wees of hulle kompeteer die Leopards en hulle doen tog, maar kom aan die kant van die Griquas uit. Was dit hoog gewees of nie? Ja, voordeel gespeel vir die Griquas. Gaan nog 'n fase opsit. Griquas wat vorentoe beer. Dan sy beskikbaar hou hom by die groot manne en dan lyk dit tog asof die Griquas daar so 'n bres slaan in die verdediging van die Leopards en dan is dit die Griquas wat oorgaan, net te maklik.
Saku Makata dancing through, take a bow son. He has just shown why he's a blitzbok. Sliced through that defense of the Leopards like a hot knife through butter. danced his way over the try line, and that is a score that will seal the deal for the Griquas.
Goeie visie om na die binnekant toe te speel. Soos jy sê, Saku Makata, eenvoudig, net te vinnig, net te goed, agter die pale, 5 punte.
You know, Audrey, and for these Griquas, it's a massive opportunity, the outside backs, because they don't have a Roscoe Speckman anymore. There's a big pair of boots that has been left empty as they head towards that SA Cup early next year and then the Currie Cup.
Ja, hulle sal moet van die spelers wat weg is, die gaan hulle beslis mis. Maar nou dink ek is so 'n bietjie 'n opdraande stryd in die laaste 10-13 minute. Vir die Leopards, 38 speel 23.
Another player not playing for the Griquas today, of course, is Lubabalo Dopela, another Kofsi, Blitzbok. Very, very good rugby player. Proper backline marshal, but it's great for Pieterberg to be able to test his depth without having that player at his disposal.
Griquas onmiddellik op die aanval. Die skeieregter sê dit was 'n aanslaan by daardie afskop.
I'm just trying to look. I think the only replacement on the Griquas bench that hasn't taken to the field yet is the senior statesman George Whitehead. And I don't think it will be necessarily a bad idea not to risk him in another 10-12 minutes of play, especially if you're leading, taking a good lead now.
Nee, wat ek dink ook nie dit sal nodig wees nie. Mansfield in die tussentyd op die veld verskyn in die haker posisie vir die Leopards. Skramwerk van die Griquas, die was die heel middag uitstekend. Philander is nou op die loskakelposisie. Byna onderskep deur die Griquas, maar dan sit Pretorius wat met 'n teenaanval begin. Uitstekende loop hy deur Pretorius as hy vasgevat word. Die skeieregter sê gaan vir hulle terugroep vir daardie aanslaan deur die Griquas, geen voordeel nie.
Audrey, I'm just really glad to see a player like JC Null playing in this game, because a player that's such an important part of their setup and their plans, and he's missed a lot of his rugby at the Griquas through injuries over the years. And he's just proven how dangerous he could be. That ball just not going to hand, but if he was able to collect it, it would have been finished deal, open taps all the way to the try line.
Hy laat my natuurlik verskriklik baie dink aan Burger Odendaal. Wat as ek nie mis het nie, het Burger begin by die NWE Eagles. Waar's die kap gespeel en toe sy na die Bulle toe en daarvan af is hy Lions toe.
Yeah, very similar player, and then he headed overseas. Another good one lost. And he captained both the Lions and the Bulls, if I'm not mistaken, Audrey.
Ja, jy's inderdaad korrek. Zungo. Hy moes dalk miskien daardie bal gehou het. Kwaba, die agste man wat in die tussentyd opgekom het. Maar die skeieregter sê nee, die verdediging van Griquas is net te goed. Bal vasgehou op die grond, strafskop Griquas.
Typical scrum off there. Bobby Alexander trying to milk another 10 yards. Referee having none of that.
Ja, is interessant om te kyk hoe spelers skeieregters toets.
Especially scrum offs. Audrey, I was one, I know.
Uitstekende skop aan die kant van die Griquas.
Wonderful touch finder there by Eddie Boucher.
Ja, Mansfield wat net daardie bal aan die binne kon hou nie. Ja, hy het so 'n poging aangewend. Maar 'n man kan hom ook nie van 'n haker verwag om daardie bal binne te hou.
No, and no should have been there if you ask me, Audrey. Not yet. Good line out there by the Griquas.
Nog steeds in besit van die Griquas. As hy nou gaan uitkom. Nog steeds in besit van die Griquas, gaan hulle hom wyd speel. Nie hulle hou hom by die voorspelers en dan word daar oor geduik. Dan word daar oorgeduik vir nog 'n 3 vir die Griquas. Lyk soos André Grobler.
I think it's Stefan Smith that might have gone over there, Audrey, for the score. Man in number 20 jersey. Good work there by Sanguk Shamlasi, the man that captained them in the Currie Cup final. Gustav Durant going down to the ground there. Quick pop up there by Bobby Alexander. And it is Stefan Smith in the right spot, and he just darts over for the try. Good work there by the Griquas. And Audrey, I think they'll be very happy with that try. That was really a good team try by the Peacock Blues.
Ja, alles het begin by 'n baie goeie kantlynskop van Eddie Forshey. Die einste Forshey, hy gaan aan Lepale toe vir die soveelste keer.
And it's unbelievable to think that this man is still playing rugby after that terrific injury he had a couple of years ago, dislocating his hip in the Currie Cup game. Spent many months on the sidelines, so it's just wonderful to see him still playing the sport.
Ja, baie goeie loopbaan gehad.
On top of being a good rugby player, he's a really top bloke, an incredibly nice guy. Always a smile, always happy to chat about the sport.
Pretoria is vlak afgeskop hierdie keer oorkant van die veld. Griquas wat onder hom inseil, beskikbaar grond toe geneem. Aansit Forshey, hy gaan met hom hardloop. Weer Forshey. Is die spasie aan die buitekant. En dan sit weer die 7 speler van die Blitsbokke, Makata. Klein kantjie toe, maar hier is nie plek nie. En dan word daar toch 3-4 meter veld gewen. Weer Forshey, goeie uitgee. Oh, pragtig wraak gevat deur die Griquas. Steeds in beheer van die Griquas. Die Leopards sal nou hulle keer moet ken. Dan word hulle na die klein kantjie toe gespeel. Goeie verdediging deur die Leopards. Is daar die speler op die bal? Nee, nog steeds in beheer van die Griquas. 2 meter van die doellyn af. Bal is stadiger gemaak. Weer is dit die Griquas wat met 'n aanval kom en word hulle kant toe geduik. Nou word hy wyd gespeel, is as pasie. Nee, nog nie. En dan word daar oorgeval, die skeieregter wat sy arm in die lug insteek. En dan sit die einste JC Nel waarvan ons vroeër gepraat het. Hy gaan net oor langs die linker regoppaal.
Very, very good score there by the inside centre. But all started by some really good work in that back line by Eddie Forshey. His ball distribution has been brilliant in the second half, Audrey. Forshey has had a great game, and then that break by Gustav Durant. I warn you that when this kid comes onto the park, things tend to happen. Eddie Forshey, he's been through the walls. He's had a good game, and he's enjoying a sip of water. Getting it there from Lubabala Dobela. Before the conversion, and sadly, we see one of the Leopards players there injured. See Eddie Forshey adding extra 2 points, stretching that lead to 52-23. Audrey Hechter going to take you through the rest of this game.
Die telling 52-23. Sal weer afgeskop word aan die oorkant van die veld toe. Onder beheer gekry deur die Leopards wat onmiddellik vorentoe gaan meters wen. Nou sê die skeieregter in daardie verdediging is die speler nie gelos nie. Strafskop aan die Leopards. En dit sal nou sinneloos vir hulle wees om enigstens pale toe te skop. Nog so 3,5 minute wat oorbly in hierdie kragmeting. Dit is die derde ronde van hierdie Airlink Cup plaasvind hier in Kimberley. Volgende naweek sal die spanne wat bo aan die punte leer eindig, en dit sal waarskynlik die Griquas en die Pumas wees na hierdie wedstryd, en hulle sal in die finaal speel, en die sal plaasvind by die Nelspruit Rugby Club, daar in Mbombela, in Mpumalanga. Pragtig afgeneem deur die Griquas op die ingooi van die Leopards. Nou kom hulle met 'n poging, die Griquas. Stamp eenvoudig alle verdedigers uit die pad uit. En nou sit Eddie Fouché wat hom weer op die voet sit. Gaan hy reg op, pragtige skop wat net nie onder beheer gebring kan word nie. Ongelukkig vir die 3-drukker JC Nel. En Philander, die wil nog so 'n poging aanwend vir 'n vinnige ingooi. Daarna Hardes Pretorius toe. Dit was skeef gewees. En as gevolg daarvan is dit 'n skram vir die Griquas. Typies hakker. Mansfield wat nog so met die skeieregter net so 'n woordjie wil wissel daaroor. Ook Charpenadi, die staan nader. Ja, die skram word toegeken aan die Griquas. Hierdie sal waarskynlik die laaste vaste faset van hierdie wedstryd wees. Hierdie voorrye van die Griquas, Eddie Davids en Tlamini. Janko Huys, die kaptein, die het uitstekend gevaar in die eerste helfte. Dan Gustav Durant, Junior Banda, die het kom die goeie werk om voortsit. Sal net so vinnige waterbreek is. 52 punte, die speel 23. In die eerste ronde het hierdie Windhoek Draught Griquas met die Airlink Pumas afgereken 21-19. En toe het die Griquas ook afgereken met die Griffons 33-9. Die Leopards, hulle was aan die verloorkant teen die Griffons 48-41. En dan het die Pumas ook die Leopards gewen in die tweede ronde 56-20. Eddie Fouché, hy gee nog so 1 of 2 bevele daar na sy agterlyn toe. Bobby Alexander, sy skakelmaat. Hy steek sy hand daar in die lug en op. Ja, ek het die boodskap gekry. Moenie verbaas wees as Bobby Alexander die klein kantjie gaan speel vanaf hierdie skram nie. Zungu kom keer hier sommer, nou sit die Griquas wat met daardie skram net maak wat hulle wil aan sy in die hande van 'n Fouché. So, byna onderskep deur Philander. Maar daar was reeds onkansspel van daardie skram deur die Leopards. En 'n strafskop die word toegeken aan die Griquas. Eddie Fouché wat 'n uitstekende middag in 'n Griquas trui gehad het. Tussen sy spanmaat staan hy bekend as Eddie, maar hy is Eduard Fouché. Goed gerank. Onder beheer, binnekant toe getrap deur Griquas. Charpenadi se verdediging die hou, beskikbaar vir Griquas. Bobby Alexander, dan speel hulle om wyd as spasie. Nee, ongelukkig vir Griquas kon daar die aangee nie sit nie. Dylan Maart. En dan sit die skeieregter wat sê dit is die einde van hierdie wedstryd. Hy blaas die eindfluitjie. Dit is die Griquas, die Windhoek Draught Griquas wat 7-4 Kimberley in hierdie derde ronde van die Airlink Cup 52-23 en die wedstryd wat deurlopend aanvanklik gedikteer is deur die Leopards se eerste 10 minute in die eerste helfte, maar toe die Griquas so stadig maar seker hulle momentum teruggekry en behou en weer 'n goeie begin in die tweede helfte, natuurlik deur die Leopards, maar dit was die Griquas wat hulle momentum net eenvoudig te sterk was. Goeie drie, uitstekende drie gedruk aan die kant van Griquas deur JC Nel. Eddie Fouché het met 'n paar strafdoelskoppe geslag en dan ook die debutant Xavier Swartboy met 2-3 en ook Saku Makata en ook Titus die maatie vleuel wat vir 5 punte gesorg het. En dan aan die kant van die Leopards was daar 'n paar drie. Danele Zungu, hy het met 'n strafdoel gesaag. Lionel April, hy het met 'n strafdoel 'n doelskop sowel as 'n 3 geslaag. Maar uitstekende rugby van beide spanne. Geluk aan die afrigters. En tot 'n volgende keer groet ons u hier van Kimberley. Mooi loop.
What a thrilling game of rugby that was between the Griquas and the Leopards here in Kimberley. We're just waiting for our man of the match as he comes into shot here. Eddie Fouché, congratulations, wonderful opportunity. And Arnel Swart from our title sponsor, or main sponsor, to hand over your check and your accolade, SPS. Eddie, good game of rugby today. Leopard started like a house on fire, put you guys under pressure a little bit, but you guys fought back in that 20-minute period before the halftime break. How do you guys feel things went?
I think we put ourselves under pressure a lot in the first 20 minutes, but I have to give credit to the Leopards. They came out firing, especially in this heat. It's not stuff playing, but yeah, I think we absorbed well, and I think we turned pressure into points quite well, especially in the situations we put ourselves. Proud of the boys for the effort they put in, and it was brilliant. Yeah.
And a couple of good debutants on display today. Xavier Swartboy giving you great service, crisp service, himself scoring 2 tries, a wonderful debut for the youngster.
Yeah, no, definitely. I must say, I think we're a brilliant group. I think we bond together quite well. We're like a group of oaks, and I think we speak a lot about work rate and working for each other, and I think it came through today, especially in the elements that we played in. I love excited, and I'm really just, sorry for my Afrikaans, but super trots op die boys, and for the way we gel and came together. It's just awesome.
And just finally, you guys are playing in that cup final next week in Nelspruit against the old rival. Fantastic rivalry between these two teams, and almost fitting that you guys are playing against them and the Leopards will play the Griffons, who are their big rivals.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. You know, the rivalry between the Griquas and the Pumas has come for a long time, and I think it's going to be a great one, especially in Nelspruit. Great field, great city as well. Looking forward to it, and I'm sure the rest of the team's also looking forward to it. And yeah, you can bet yourself we can't wait for that one.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Well done and congratulations. With me now, the captain of the Leopards, Harpier. Tough day, but you guys really started this game well. You put the Griquas under pressure, and at one stage in the second half, you could have also snuck it in there.
Ja, nee, ek is baie trots op die manne. Ek dink is maar net konsentrasie wat bietjie net so 'n sekonde konsentrasie wat ons net foutief gaan, wat ons op die voorvoet is en ons net 'n turnover bal te gaan hulle deur gaan skoor hulle.
And a very nice opportunity for the Leopards to play in the Airlink Cup. It's 3 Currie Cup teams that you guys play against, and it just gives it exposure you normally won't get.
Ja, definitief. Ons is baie bevoorreg om in hierdie Airlink Cup te speel. En ja, om hierdie geleentheid te kry om teen manne te speel wat daagliks dit hulle lewe doen, want ons manne werk hierdie dag of ons studente, maar ek is nog steeds baie trots op die manne wat 'n bietjie effort en guts gegee het vandag.
En is nog nie alles verlore nie. Daar's nog 'n groot wedstryd volgende naweek teen die Griffons daar in Nelspruit, een van julle groot teenstanders en amper 'n bierstryd daarso in die Laagveld vir julle.
Ja, definitief. Ons sien baie uit na hom. Ja, die laaste ene vir die jaar. Ons gaan definitief hard uitkom en ons beste gee daarso.
Baie dankie HP en sterkte vir volgende naweek.
Dankie.
With me now the Griquas captain, Janko Ace. Tough game, hot game. Leopards started really well, but you guys fought back in that first half and you took the game to them and started controlling things a lot better.
Yeah, look, the conditions was very tough. It was really hot, and we didn't make life easy for ourselves. But yeah, I think all that being said is that we ended well. We started playing rugby from the 20th minute, and yeah, a lot to work on, but I think all in all, just happy with the score.
You guys are unbeaten 3 from 3. It's not the first time you fought back. You edged the game there in Welkom a little bit early in the season, building some nice momentum going later into the year with the SA Cup and the Currie Cup. So you must be happy with the progress.
Yes, look, this is obviously the start of the season for us, looking at the next year's season also, and we want to be the best non-franchise team. So this is definitely just a big stepping stone to reach that goal.
And there's a cup final on the line next week against the Pumas, big rivals of the Griquas, and it's certainly be much different to that first round game there in Welkom when you face them there in the Lowveld.
Yeah, look, Pumas is always a very difficult game. It's a tough one. I can't put it any other way. They always bring it, and we always try to bring it as well. So next week's game, I think it's going to be a very close game, and it's just going to be tough. That's a main word that I can use for it.
Thank you very much, Janko, and all the best for next weekend.
Thank you very much.
Dan hier op die veld van die Griquas, die tuisveld teen die Leopards 52-13 in die guns van die Windhoek Draught Griquas. Die Griquas en dan ook die Airlink Pumas wat natuurlik bo aan die punte leer in hierdie Airlink Cup.
And that's it for the SBS Airlink Cup in Kimberley. The third round played. Next week it's off to the final round in Nelspruit at the Mbombela Stadium with the Griquas facing the hosts and the proud title carriers, the Pumas, and it will be the second game, which will be the shield between the Leopards and the Griffons.